Sacred Symbols is sponsored by Prize Picks. You and I make decisions every day, but on Prize Picks, being right can get you paid. Prize Picks has millions of users for a reason because, for the responsible among us, it can heighten your sports watching experience, not only with football, but with baseball and basketball too, and even the likes of mixed martial arts. Download the Prize Picks app today and use the code SACRED, that's SACRED, to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code SACRED to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. It's good to be right. Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is brought to you by, well, you. If you want to learn how to support our show, go to patreon.com/laststandmedia. Greetings and salutations. Welcome back to Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. This is episode number 376. My name is Colin Moriarty. I'm joined as always by my son, Chris Reagan. Chris, how are you today, my friend?
Not too bad. I've had an interesting week. Saw Cage the Elephant and Oasis live, which was like a really last minute kind of spur of the moment thing. Somebody was like, "Hey, I have free tickets to this thing. You want to go?" And I was like, "Yeah." But it was like 2 hours in advance. So like, I don't even think I knew Oasis was there. I was just like, I just saw Cage the Elephant. I was like, yes, absolutely. And they're really good live, by the way.
I mean,
like, kind of unreal.
They open for Oasis, I assume.
Yeah, I mean, that would be kind of crazy. But
so,
with respect, the reverse would be kind of crazy.
Yeah, I agree. All right, well, welcome to the show. Good to see you. Dustin Furman, executive producer. How are you today, my friend? Good to see you.
I'm doing just fine.
Happy 9/11.
It is 9/11 indeed.
Oh, that's right. Happy 9/11, guys.
You forgot.
I forgot about it. I
You
did
said
forget. I promised to never forget.
Yep.
You did forget. Let's see. So Chris just went to a concert. I had two concerts this weekend. One of them on Saturday night, Weird Al.
Oh.
So I'm very pumped about that.
It's all about the Pentiums.
All about the Pentiums. And then on Sunday, I'm going to have whiplash from these concerts because it's Weird Al. And then the day after in Pittsburgh, the composer of the Studio Ghibli films, I believe his name's Joe Hisaishi, is going to be there performing with the Pittsburgh Symphony Orchestra. So quite two
That's
very
great.
different concerts, less than 24 hours apart. But that's just how they felt. So as a fan of live performance and music, I mean, it's going to be a great weekend.
Well, very. It reminds me of when I actually would go to concerts regularly. Yeah, you would just go to some really random weird shit. You go to a lot of things, which I think is cool. I was like that at one point. I'm not like that anymore. Maybe mostly because I'm in the suburbs. When I was at Northeastern, I lived right across the Fenway, which is like a park area in Back Bay in Boston, right across from where there was a row, but not unlike New York and other places where there was like 5 venues that were just kind of like next to each other. And you could walk down at any time and it would be like, oh, this band's playing here. This band's playing here. This band's playing here. I used to go to shows so much, man, because of that. It was so convenient. Saw so many random things. It was spur of the moment, like we were saying.
Back then, you could afford to go to shows, even if you were poor.
Right. Yeah. Oh, yeah. These were 20. I mean, I remember seeing it was like 20 average price of $20, even for bands that you had heard of. I remember when I saw Korn once, I paid $40 for that ticket. And that was considered like a premium.
That's crazy.
You know, and I saw them at there's like all sorts of, I don't even know if any of the venues are there anymore. Like the Middle East, that's not there where I was describing, but like House of Blues in Boston. And there's like a bunch of really good venues. Right across from Fenway Park.
You saw Korn in the Middle East?
There's a venue no, I didn't see them at the Middle East. There's a venue in Boston, a famous venue called the Middle East. And it's actually 2 floors, which is interesting. And that's like where you would see a lot of smaller acts. Ramones band would play there and stuff. I don't know if any of these places are there anymore. We're talking about like 20 years ago at this point, but
yeah, probably not.
One other thing you asked about, how am I doing this week going? So we talked about this on Monday on their stream. My birthday was on Sunday. And so just yesterday, my dad was like, hey, I have your gift here. Come, either I could stop by or come pick it up. I was like, okay. And I realized this is the most 32 years old present that one can get from his dad. It was winter car mats. And they're Subaru OEM car mats. I'm like, hell yeah. Because my car mats, they're not they're not winter car mats, and they're getting kind of messed up at this point from having the car for 5 years. And those car mats, I'm assuming being their OEM, not cheap, but something you need. No one wants to buy car mats.
Yeah.
It's a great gift.
That's actually a really thoughtful gift, actually, because I would never think in a million years that, like, I'm just like, the car mats that I have are fine. They go under my feet. I'm not thinking about them.
Yeah.
Unironically perfect. I wonder if there's like, because there is that age that you hit. I remember distinctly hitting an age where, like, I got socks for Christmas and I was like happy about it. But like, there was definitely like a long period of time where that would have pissed me off.
Right.
Yeah,
or
clothes for Christmas is awful.
Yeah, you should have just got me nothing. Like, I can't believe you even did this.
Right.
Winter car mats are like, that's like, you've crossed a threshold. The next one, I guess, is presumably like you get a catheter for Christmas or something.
Yeah.
Be like, oh, thank you.
I don't have to get up to pee. Could be an idea.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we are gathering here on 9/11. Jesus Christ.
Crazy.
It seems like a little bit of a... It's like it's the 24th anniversary. The big one's next year. So when it's like when you're turning 40, like when I turned 40 and then, 39, it's like, well,
yeah,
you're kind of anticipating the big thing. You don't want to make a big deal of it. I've stopped, like, obviously because my dad's in the FDNY, 9/11 is and he was there. 9/11 is a big thing for us in our family. But I've started to kind of try to decouple from it. Like, I don't want to have this thing every September 11th for the rest of my life where I have to remember this traumatic event forever. Like it's D-Day or something. It's going to be that way for many, many years and decades to come. But it's like, I try to not think, I don't mean to sound flippant, but I try not to dwell on it too much anymore, because it's like,
sure,
I was a senior in high school. I remember it like it was yesterday. It was really bad. A lot of people died. A lot of people we knew died. And it's like, it's almost crazy that happened when you think about it. And
not almost.
It's
like,
crazy.
Certainly.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Certainly crazy that happened.
So I my thoughts are in that space, but I try to liberate myself from it a little bit. I've been thinking about this a lot. The older I get, is like, people are like, time flies, and it does. Like, time goes really fast. But at the same time, that was only 24 years ago. And think about everything that has happened between now and then. Like everything that has happened. And it's like, actually, time kind of moves really slow. It seems like it was 100 years ago and that I wasn't even alive for it. So happy 9/11 to everyone out there. Yeah. And I probably should call my dad later, I guess. Although I wonder about that too. Does he really want to hear from us? Like, his kids and shit? Like, what is he going through? Because my dad was on Long Island when the planes hit, so he didn't get into the city until after the buildings had fallen. Thank God. So many of his people died, including his best friend, Tommy Kavekis, who was the last of the 343 to be buried, actually, because they never found his body. And I remember, I've said this before, I remember being at his funeral when I was a senior. It was in the spring of 2002, and his daughter was there, and his daughter was my age. And she was actually a year older. She was a freshman in college. And I remember how haunting that was to me. I was like, holy shit, man. Just a flip of the coin. Really. Who was on duty, who wasn't. Really crazy shit. But my dad still has to go get I think every 2 or 3 months he has to go in and get like a full workup because of all the shit he breathed in and all the weird stuff. And I don't know, it's really sad.
It's insane how like those people were like thrown to the curb too so quickly. Like,
I agree. Yeah. I mean, my dad was a big part of fighting against that. My dad is he still works for the FDNY now, but people probably know this. He's a therapist for them now. And he went back to school after 9/11 and then became like basically a therapist that works primarily with FDNY firefighters and the families of firefighters. And it's what he still does to this day. So it's a lot is poured on him, but people appreciate and respect him because he gets it. It's not like, oh, I understand. It's like, no, I get it. I was there. My dad, I'll let him tell his own stories, but he I remember him telling me like he pulled out like a decapitated woman from the rubble or whatever. That I think was like still strapped into a seat or something like that, like some crazy shit like that. And I'm like, you just don't forget those sorts of things. I don't imagine.
No.
Jesus. And I've definitely told the story that I remember about when I went to Yankee Stadium with my dad. I mean, we used to go to Yankee games all the time, but maybe the next year, or maybe it was that summer, we were walking back, you know, for people that have never been to Yankee Stadium, which is most of you probably, it's in the Bronx. It's in a pretty shitty part of New York City, to be honest, and of the Bronx. And so we're walking back to our car and there was like a rat that like ran across the street, and my dad kind of like backed up or whatever. And I made fun of him. I was like, what do you, and he like got really fucking mad at me and told me that it reminded him of 9/11 and checked me a little bit. I was like, oh, it's horrible. So anyway, our thoughts are with everyone out there on this day, although this will go live the day after. So you're not thinking about it anymore by that. I've reminded you of it again. Now you're having two 9/11s. Sir, 9/11 is happening.
It's 9/11 plus.
Sacred Symbols is sponsored by Prize Picks. You and I make decisions every day, but on Prize Picks, being right can get you paid. Don't miss any of the excitement this season on Prize Picks, where it's good to be right. Check out the Prize Picks app today and use the code SACRED when you sign up so you can see exactly what I'm talking about. My friends, football season has officially begun, and with it, an opportunity to make the week-by-week crawl of games all the more exciting. If you're interested in making things, well, more interesting, consider making some selections over at Prize Picks, where stat projections are your best friend. To wit, let's say that you were really impressed with Josh Allen's performance last week, so you may want to select him to throw, say, more than 2 passing TDs in his next game, while you may be a little cooler on, say, James Conner, who you perhaps think will run for fewer than 50 rushing yards. By stitching together 2 to 6 more or less picks, this player will throw more or less than X interceptions or receive more or less than Y yards, and so on. You can earn awesome payouts in more than 40 states around the US. And since PrizePicks supports the likes of Apple Pay, Venmo, and more, it's easy enough to claim your winnings without having to jump through any hoops. PrizePicks has millions of users for a reason, because, for the responsible among us, it can heighten your sports watching experience, not only with football, but with baseball and basketball too, and even the likes of mixed martial arts. Download the PrizePicks app today and use the code SACRED, that's SACRED, to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code SACRED to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. PrizePicks, it's good to be right. But we'd be loath. So, I mean, a million people wrote in about this, just generally speaking. We'll start with, and then we'll get into the regular stuff with the show. Honestly, I mean, just based on everything that's been happening, it's like I have so little energy to do this show. Like, just being honest.
Yeah.
Like, I'm a human being, you know? And it feels awkward to be doing the show right now. But Austin Clements wrote in, and he speaks for, I think we've probably had more write-ins this week than we ever have had on the show, like approaching 300 when I deleted the thread. Austin Clements, though, he had a nice brief, not a soliloquy sort of thing that I have to read. He says, hey guys, I know it's hard for you all to talk about the events of today. So he's talking about yesterday for us, which will be 2 days ago for everyone when this goes live on Patreon. And to talk to about the events of today in key piece. But I know there's a lot of us that want to hear it. So if you want to talk about it, great. If not, we understand. Love the content and keep up the great work. Unfortunately, I think we have to talk about it based on events that have happened surrounding the murder of Charlie Kirk and people's interpretation of something Chris said. And so, yeah, I mean, Chris, I guess it seems fair to kind of go to you on this and let you speak first. For people that are unaware, Charlie Kirk was a right-wing conservative political commentator, organizer. He created in the United States, he created a grassroots organization that ended up being quite prominent and is prominent, called Turning Point, which you could argue is a major reason why the younger generations are far more conservative than we've seen in generations, which is interesting. You know, college campuses and all of that, kind of fighting against prevailing kind of orthodox liberalism that you would get in a place like I went to school at the time. So he was assassinated in Utah, really brutal. I've said this before, is that like I expose myself to violence like that on purpose to remind myself that it's real. I don't watch it over and over again. I don't zoom in on it and like examine it. I don't want to see it again, but I watched it, and it was, when I saw it, I was like, well, that's, I was like, he's dead. Like, it was crazy for me for hours when people were like, oh, maybe he's alive. And I'm like, how? So really a horrible thing. The shooter is at large, apparently, which is, I don't know how that's even possible. And a specific tweet that Chris tweeted, it's like, I don't know, X post, has a lot of people upset at Chris and in our community. And I will say that I've been hearing it from you, like in a way that I've never heard it from you. And I mean the audience. We have lost a lot of subscribers over it, paying subscribers. Our exit surveys are full of the reasons why. It's stressed me out a great deal, and I didn't really want to. It's funny. I was telling the Dustin when I was writing the show, I was like, when I was putting the show together, I saw that this happened, and I was like, oh, okay, like this can be a respite for it. Obviously, there's no reason to come up, but now it's important to talk about it, unfortunately, I think, on our show. So I encourage people that don't want to hear this to fast forward, use the timestamps. I also don't know where I'm going to put this in the show. I mean, if it gets deep enough or whatever, maybe we'll just put it at the back end of the show to let people just ride through the show more normally. But yeah, that's enough of a preface, Chris. I haven't talked. I mean, you and I spoke via text, but I have not spoken to you, so I'm kind of curious where you're at.
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't think it's. I think it's fairly obvious to any, thinking, breathing human being that this kind of thing should not happen in like a reasonable society. People should not be gunned down in the street for having prevailingly unpopular opinions or controversial opinions or whatever. Both me and Colin have made like a pretty substantial career, I would say, of speaking fairly candidly and espousing opinions that a lot of people would find kind of, either, unpleasant or, prevailingly kind of controversial. I would never justify this kind of thing. I think this is like terrible. And I feel really, really horrible for his family and for his kids and for the people affected in his life that are going to grow up without, a father or. I was really upset yesterday. Like, it really makes me sad. And I know it doesn't come across that way because I did tweet thoughts and prayers, and it did upset a lot of people. And I'm glad it did because, quite frankly, this is exactly how I feel every time this kind of thing happens. And I'm glad that there's video of it because people need to understand how brutal this shit is. And at the same time that this whole thing happened, moments later or moments before, I can't even remember, there was a school shooting. And I think it's worth noting that we are all upset because there's video. There's no video of the school shooting, but that video is real for those kids, right? And I'm sad that it seems like our empathy is so selective. I don't know. It really I really couldn't sleep last night. And it wasn't even about doing the show or being nervous about doing the show. I genuinely that video really fucking disturbed me. And I understand that people are going to be like, oh, he's just saving face. It's like, no, I mean, I joke about all sorts of things. On our show, we tell jokes about shit that really bothers us as well. That's just kind of the way we do it. But yeah, I mean, I didn't mean to make things difficult for the show, but I really want us to really be aware that this is not new, man. This is happening all the time. And we are past the point where it's just like, this should be more shocking than it is. And yeah, I mean, I don't know. There's all sorts of ways that we could pull at this, I guess. But
yeah,
it's really depressing.
I should be clear, just so I'm being 100% real with people, is that like I'm not mega familiar with Charlie Kirk outside of who he is. He's a major power player in conservative politics. He's young. One of the things I always knew about him and that I appreciated about him was that he didn't go to college, but stormed college campuses, understanding better than most of us who have gone to these 4-year universities, like that there needs to be more pushback and more freedom of thought and all those kinds of things. I totally agree. And so I knew him from that perspective, and Turning Point, like I said earlier, I knew that organization, but because I'm a little bit older, he wasn't on the scene until long after I was out of college. There was nothing like what he was doing where I went. And so I totally took notice of him from that. But as far as like listening to him speak, or like I would see little clips of his, but I never really sat down to listen to him fully. But the ironic thing is, the night before this happened, there's a political commentator I've always really liked for many years called named Mark Halperin. I'm sure people have heard of him. He was the co-writer of, sorry, I'm burping, 2 seminal political books that I recommend everyone read. One is called Game Change, which is about the 2008 election, and one is called Double Down, which is about the 2012 election. And these are awesome books, like amazing insight. So I've always really liked him, and he has a YouTube channel, and I listen to like the people he interviews and stuff, and I like him. And ironically, Charlie Kirk was on it the night before, and it was the last interview he ever gave, and I listened to it the night before. Very weird timing, like, and I was like, oh, this kid's pretty on point. This is the longest I've ever heard him talk. Disagree with some of the things he says, agree with a lot of the things he says, but to each their own. And I just thought that was weird timing. There are coincidences all the time. I'm not saying it's like some sort of galactic fucking message, but that's one of the things I'll always remember about this is just like, oh, I actually just listened to him randomly at the greatest length the moment before he died. And he happened to have been on a person's show that I like right before he died. So I just think that that's weird. Dustin.
It is weird.
What do you have to say about it, my friend?
Well, yeah, obviously, what happened is awful, terrible. You don't need me to tell you that. I think that the thing that's bothering me the most, I mean, there's a lot of things that bother me, but is the way people are reacting to things. I think in a lot of ways we're seeing like a lot of the lowest level of depravity from how people are reacting to this. And it's not even just people that are celebrating, but also people using this as a like, well, now it's going to be tit for tat situation, you know? Especially when it's so quickly after things happen. So that really makes me feel fucked up in a lot of ways. I guess in regards to Chris's tweet, I understand your explanation, and I think that makes sense. I guess my question is just that if you had those extended thoughts, and I know Twitter is so short, like you can't explain full thoughts, but of course people are going to get the wrong idea. Because the message that you and I the conversation we're having now versus that tweet, honestly, is two completely different meanings.
Sure. I mean,
And the tweet,
Yeah.
I'm just going to straight up, the tweet feels snarky
it is.
in light of someone who was just publicly executed. Like, that's how it comes off.
Right. Well, I mean, I guess, I don't know. To me, again, like even on this show, we joked about like the Ocean Gate submarine imploding pretty immediately. Like, look, I understand that there's a difference between these things, but at the same time, to me, it's like violence is violence, like death is death. Like, it's all fucking sad. But to me, Twitter, and me and Colin talked about this on text, it's like Twitter is not a real place to me. If you want to go see like how I feel about things, go to videos or streams or whatever. I streamed like, I think maybe a little bit before or like a little bit after. And I was having a pretty candid conversation about this. And I think the fact that people are out there, I think it's so weird to me that people are like, oh, well, because there's a really popular clip going around of Charlie Kirk being like, I think empathy is a bad thing, or like I think it's a new age thing. I think it's a dangerous thing. And people are like, oh, well, he didn't have empathy for anybody else, so I won't have empathy for him. And it's like having empathy for people who don't feel like you do is like, that's arguably the only thing that defines it. That's what empathy is caring about it, or these things when they happen, even when you don't agree with the people. Right. So I actually feel differently than Charlie Kirk in the sense that, like, dude, I think this is terrible what happened to him. I think this is fucked. And I don't think it justifies, the cost, or I don't think the cost is worth it. If I had my way, he would still be around. He would still be doing these lectures and he wouldn't have to worry about it. Although I will say, dude, at the same time, like, this is not a normal thing that, like, this was clearly like, this is like a highly trained, like, I'm sure you guys know the details of this, where it's like 200 yards away. The dude was like perched on a roof. He exfilled like perfectly. Like, there's weird shit going on with this that I think is like a lot more fascinating than the ins and outs of like whether or not it's tasteful or not to make a snarky comment about it. But I do think as somebody who likes comedy and somebody who jokes about things, I do think there's I think it's okay to own when your timing is wrong. And I do think my timing was wrong. I think if I was going to make a joke about it, I should have waited a little bit longer. But sometimes you step up to the line and you cross it, and then the people will remind you, and then you're like, okay, fair. Right. I'm not going to whine necessarily about it, because I think it's a valid criticism. But also, I would just like to. I really would like us to extend this empathy to every single other time this happens, instead of being selective about it. And the fact that, like, this is not the first instance of political violence. We had Heather Heyer in 2017. We had like the pipe bombs that were sent to Barack Obama, Joe Biden, and Hillary Clinton in 2018. We had like all the most recent. We talked about it on the show kind of briefly, almost somewhat flippantly, of the Minnesota people, the Minnesota lawmakers who were assassinated. Nancy Pelosi and Paul Pelosi. Like, we are in a violent time.
That's the biggest one. That's the biggest one, by the way. I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead. No, go ahead.
Well, no, I just want to be clear. Like, this is not. I see a lot of people on the left like being callous and celebrating. I see a lot of people on the right using this as a justification to stoke, like, look at what they do to us. This is everywhere. This is not like the left doing it exclusively. This is not the right doing it exclusively. Anybody with a thinking brain understands that there are crazy people out there everywhere, and they're going to keep doing this shit. And the floodgates are kind of open now, and that's scary. And that should be depressing to you. If you have a heart, if you have a soul, it should be depressing to you. And I don't know. That's all. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, I was cutting you off. I was just going to say the Paul Pelosi thing is the biggest analog to me, ironically, because it's not one that people really think about very much, but it was one everyone I saw making fun of it. Right. And it was like, dude, the guy was attacked at his house with a hammer. I'd rather be shot than attacked with a fucking hammer, like a blunt instrument, So it is true. Like, what you're saying, is true. I think for me, and this is the thing Chris and I Chris and I disagree on many things.
Sure.
And I think in a lot of ways, events recent, I don't want to say recent, like events over the course of the time doing in the show has probably actually radicalized both of us in separate ways. And I don't mean radicalize in a bad way. I mean, like getting you along a pathway or thinking different things in ways that are not converging. In some ways, I think it makes the show stronger and more interesting because I do think art is political. I've always said that. And, you always see like the earnest, like you can't even believe it when you see like the earnest messages or people saying online, like keep politics out of BioShock.
Yeah, it's
or like Metal Gear. They made
Metal Gear Solid. They made Metal Gear Solid political.
Yeah, it's like, what are you talking about? Metal Gear Solid 3 has a man who summons hornets who fought in World War II.
Right.
So I think having balance is important. It's not something I necessarily saw. When I saw Chris out to do a show with me in 2018, I was attracted to his political content, but I knew that he wanted to do games. And I was like, maybe I can be the leverage for him to really get into this space bigger and more heavy than he had been able to or did before. And it just so happened that a quality of that was that we were very different, and we were different ages too, which I liked. There's a whole nother angle of it though, for me, unfortunately, which is like the business. And I don't think I've ever seen people react like this to you before. People have, since the very first show we did, not liked you or not liked me, or both of us.
Right. Yeah.
And I said to you over text, and because I wanted to be fair to you, is like two things. First, and I think this is really important to say, to be fair to you, is that when I tweeted you, I was like, I don't, part of it was that, or texted you, part of it was, I was like, I don't appreciate you, like you're celebrating this. And you said to me, to be fair, I'm not celebrating it. And I went and looked and I'm like, you're right. There's a different strata of the way people are reacting. Like we're going to talk about the sucker punch people that are celebrating it.
Yeah.
That's different than making a flippant joke, which is ill-timed. And I think Chris can feel how he wants. I don't want to step on any people's jokes in comedy.
No, I want to be clear. I want to be clear about this too. Like I did a video a long time ago. You can go check it out on the channel. It's very, very old. Where I talk about like, is there such a thing as too soon in comedy, or like, is there such a thing even? And the thesis of it is, I think, like not necessarily, but it still needs to be. You still have to consider timing. And I think I do sincerely like own. It's like, yeah, I shouldn't. It's just like that's bad timing on my part. My bad. I don't think it's like a moral like sin to make a joke about really anything. Like that's just always been my perspective. Like that was my perspective when we started this show, and that's not any different than it is today. But I do think there's like, as you grow up, there's some tact that you can apply.
Yeah.
And it was in the moment, like, dude, we were just thinking, and also, it is worth noting that me specifically, I do two very different shows here. We do Sacred Symbols, which is very games oriented. Like it's some jokes, but it's mostly like, it's industry focused. And then I have another show that's more like in a almost like a Kill Tony vibe, where it's kind of like everything's on the table. And like, I think we had and by the way, like we make jokes everywhere. Where like, I think somebody said, like, I think Kingston said, like, oh, nowadays it's mostly, people don't get bullied for being nerds anymore. People get bullied for being trans or whatever. And I said, thank God. It's like, I don't like,
I get it. Like, I mean, I love, yeah, go ahead.
But I just want to clarify, like, I operate in a weird kind of like duality here. And I do think sometimes the wires gets crossed and, the audiences get like, crisscrossed. And, I haven't necessarily considered that as deeply as maybe I should. I didn't mean to cause problems for anybody here or anything. It's just like, it's the environment of everything on the table comedy that just kind of lets you just free flow ideas. And I remember even after tweeting, it's like, I probably should have waited. But also, like, I don't want to take it down because I don't want it to seem like weak.
Yeah, I mean,
whatever.
it's not going to undo it. Like I've learned that lesson. Where
Right.
It's like,
Yeah. That's also
it's not going to undo it. So you might as well keep it up and stand behind it because it's not going to matter. It's really not going to matter. That's like trying to apologize on Twitter. It's like it doesn't work.
That's also true.
No one will ever let you
about,
forget.
No, right. I thought about being like, is this my peace and quiet, guys?
Right. And that's a major. I'm glad you brought that up. I mean, it's a great segue because that's a major thing. Is that like, and this gets into what like a big thing for me, and that's what I was getting to earlier was like the business. And sure. I am. Let me back up. There's a danger to doing a show with someone like Chris, who is a comedian first, I think, or a comedy writer, or a funny person, whatever, unserious in some ways. It's what. Right. It's actually like I think other than games, our major connection is that I think we're actually both very much like that. And I'm much more dry and all of that, but I like that kind of shit too. And I love inappropriate humor. And I deploy inappropriate humor. And I always think of Gilbert Gottfried, who I know you like as well, or liked, Chris.
Absolutely.
His Friars Club roast. So right after 9/11, there was a roast of Hugh Hefner at the Friars Club, and he said, I have to catch a flight to California. I can't get a direct flight. They said they have to stop at the Empire State Building first. This was a few days after 9/11 in New York, and people got really fucking upset about it. I'm pretty sure it cost him like roles and but looking back on it, it's like that was actually a funny joke. I didn't know about it at the time. I wouldn't have really been aware of that, but it just goes to show that like I don't mind inappropriate comedy, even around the things that are really near and dear to me or whatever, like 9/11. Like I'm like, I don't care, man. Like whatever.
Right.
The business side of it is interesting because I have, and this is another thing I said to Chris privately, which is that like I have cost us plenty of business. Of course, the major difference is that like it's my business, right? And I don't mean that in like an ownership sort of way. It's like it's all on me. Like so, I'm going to say things. It's going to affect us. I'm going to say things that affect us positively or negatively. It's harder to deal with. So like it's my responsibility. In other words, it's hard to deal with it when it's someone else's responsibility, and you're not really entirely sure what people expect you to do about it. And I know that sounds like I'm helpless or I'm not in control of my own life or whatever, or I don't make decisions. But it is surprising to me how many people approach me and were like, blow up sacred symbols. I mean, that's essentially what they were saying, right? Like, fire Chris. I can't be a fan of the show if Chris is on the show anymore. That kind of stuff. And I'm like, I don't. And I'm saying to really think about this for the audience. Like, I don't know what you want me to do. Like, I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Like, what do I do with what you're telling me? Like, I can't do, like, I'm going to blow up the whole business for someone expressing themselves off platform in a way that you didn't like. It's like, I don't think I should be wielding this level of control over people. And it's the thing that's been on my mind the entire time since it happened, which is like, I can't do that. And I was telling Dustin that I was actually writing and rewriting a tweet last night. Like, I've been getting a lot of tweets from people. I just got one now. I'm up and out 4 minutes ago. Wargamer 8. If Long Island Viper doesn't respond to what Chris tweeted, he was never the man we thought he was. It's the kind of shit I've been receiving, and it's like, I can't do that to Chris.
Well, also,
you know what I mean? Like, I wouldn't do that over a tweet. I just can't throw people away like that, undo my whole life, my company, change the show that is the flagship, like that is the most vital part of our organization. It's like, I feel like this is all so out of control.
I think if I was out there being like, yay, I think there would be a valid response, right? I think if you go on social media right now, you could find, I would wager about 10,000 more out of pocket jokes, responses, and earnest expressions of like joy that this has happened than anything that I tweeted or certainly anything that I fucking streamed. I can make the VOD public if you guys want. I'll do it. I don't normally I don't care because Twitch is like such a separate thing to me. But I talked pretty at length about like how depraved this all is and how I think it's actually good to have empathy for people even if you don't like them. But I don't know, man. I'm not trying to cause like problems. Like if it's really that big of a deal, well, we'll fight, whatever. We'll see, I guess. But
I guess we will. It's like I guess what I'm saying is that I am loyal to you. It is very difficult for me to even consider firing anyone in my orbit. I've never done that. Obviously, we released Ben last year, but it was not because we don't love and care about Ben. It's just because we're just not doing live shows and that kind of content anymore. So it's like, dude, this is not that big of a company. I can't just pay people, like.
Right.
So I understand people can be like, what about Ben and all that? And I'm like, I get it. I think Ben is probably really happy that happened to him considering his new position and the opportunities he's gotten now. It was very difficult for all of us. And I'm sad about that. And maybe we can work together again in the future. So I don't want to act like we've never made a personnel decision. But what I'm saying is it would be very hard for me to reasonably hold you accountable in quotes for that when I have said things that have cost us too, and when I have dealt with many years of speaking my mind like you have and dealing with the consequences of it. I will say that like I don't think I've ever made light in quotes or was flippant about someone dying. And I know that for a lot of people that's a different line than like my day without a woman tweet or whatever, where it's like these are two different things, frankly, in my opinion.
Yeah.
But I also know that I tweeted something that deeply affected my whole trajectory in life. And I don't wish that on anyone. It worked out for me in a major way. I'm not going to act like it didn't, but it wouldn't turn out that way for most people. And I don't want to contribute at the same time to like this idea that I really am in control of a person's opinions, their brain, and the things they say off of my platform. Again, it could get to a point where and it's like we were saying with the sucker punch people, which we'll talk about momentarily, is like, that would be different for me just because I'm like, I don't know what you're doing, but making like some sort of glib commentary about it. I guess what I'm saying is I don't know what people expect me to do. Right. Like, and that's a big thing that I resent being in this position, but also understand that I have put other people in the same position before. And it would be hard and it would be hypocritical. You know what I mean? It's like my tweet changed the entire trajectory of Kind of Funny. The whole thing. It's different. It was an inflection point, right? So I'm very loath to do that to someone else. And it just wouldn't sit right with me, even if I know. And I said, I mean, I'll be straight up. I said to you before we talked and before, it's like, it does feel, if you say something like that, or the things you've said off platform, like you hate people like me or like Dustin, and I know you don't feel like that, but I get why people cross these wires based on your two very disparate platforms.
Sure.
Where you would feel a certain way. And I think so people expect me to say like, open your, and that's a lot of the message that I've got too. I got a message where it's like, open your eyes, asshole, he hates you, or something like that.
Right. Yeah.
And
brilliant.
And I think you were actually copied on that tweet. And
what happened?
I think like the tweet that particular tweet I got last night, like where they were
I don't know,
tweeting at you too or whatever. Cause a lot of them are just to me. Right.
I'm sure I'm getting a lot. I just don't. I don't know. I don't really look at like I tweet and then I like leave it. I don't really look back at it. But
The one more thing, if you don't mind,
sure.
which is, and this is the thing you and I disagreed about too, and I know a lot of people feel the way you feel, and I get it, which is Twitter is not real, or X or whatever, or social media. And if I learned something in 2017, it's quite real. And I said this to you, I think I used the word, I was like, sadly,
right.
It is arguably more real than this show. You know, like, because it is a meat grinder of news aggregation and just a stream of consciousness. I mean, I made the argument to you, and I think everyone would agree. It's like, it's probably the reason Trump won the election is over some level of control over Twitter, right? Like a conservative takeover of it, as it were. So whether we want it to be or not, like what you said there is more real than anything. Like, no one's going to see the stream. Fewer people are going to see this podcast. And so, like, from that perspective, I get it. Cause it's like, yeah, it's not the place for long form discussion. And that's why I've just learned to say much less there. When I tweet now, it's just about video games and random sports and random things. It's like, I don't even bother. Like, just no way. Because how many times are you going to get punched in the face?
Yeah.
But I consider myself a decent and friendly and forgiving person. And I'm not out to try to hurt other people. And so I guess I'm just surprised how there's a sizable group of people that seem to want me to blow the show up. And I don't know what I'm supposed to do with that, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what to say to that, really. I think, you know, I've just always been of the opinion that a joke is a joke. And I don't know. I understand what you're saying, that Twitter is like more real, I guess, in the sense of like more people see it. But like, I guess like I've seen enough on Twitter that I know to be inaccurate, that I'm just like, well, this is like, even if this is like the front page of everything, it's like this holds no water, really, in any substantive, like, factual basis. Anyway, it might like alter the way people feel or like whatever, but the shit that I'm sure you can relate, the shit that you see about yourself on Twitter, or like the shit that I see about me on Twitter, it's just like, well, what the fuck is this? Well, like that didn't happen, or like that's not true, or like, I don't know. It's hard for me to take it seriously because I've been on Twitter forever. I've been on Twitter since it was nothing. 2009, when, like, you know, James Gunn was tweeting those ridiculous jokes that got him fired from Guardians of the Galaxy, and then by the way, people realized, like, oh, that was stupid to fire him. Those were just tweets.
Yeah, that's
so I don't know.
Yeah.
Like, it's hard for me to really understand, because I just would never. It's hard for me to imagine a circumstance where I would like contact, like, I've been a fan of a lot of people, and over time I've stopped watching, but not necessarily for like ideological reasons. I don't know, you fall off or whatever. But in the event that like something did happen, or like somebody there I just didn't care for, it's hard for me to imagine being like writing in, being like, oh, get rid of this guy. Like, I don't know. It's hard for me to, whatever, you do what you want to do, I guess, if you're going to write in. But it's just, it strikes me as, I don't know, how should I say this? It strikes me as a little vaguely hypocritical from a group of people who typically would not really feel that way about jokes. I don't know. Yeah. It's just strange.
I also think everyone's allowed to miss every once in a while. Or at least that there should be a perception. Let's even put it this way. Let's say that you didn't feel like you missed, right? Everyone should be allowed to think that someone missed once in a while and take that in the course of the way a person's treated or thought about. But people's tolerance for that, I think, is different. Dustin, I know you've wanted to get in here.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Sorry for someone walling.
Oh no, it's all good. I guess just in reference to Colin, you were saying about people telling you what you should or shouldn't do in this situation. I guess the few thoughts I have about that is that, from my perspective, I don't own the company, but my thoughts in general are just like, I can disagree with what Chris said. I can even think that what he said was a little gross, and we can have a conversation about it right now. And I think Chris and I have a greater understanding of each other's viewpoints. And I think that's a beautiful thing. Maybe we still don't agree necessarily on some of the different aspects. I think that if we were to just cut off and be like, nope, you're done, then we are just as bad as people that are just like, cut them off. You know what I mean? Instead of having a dialogue about it, you know? Because when you do have a conversation about it, you can see it's like, okay, well, clearly we have a better understanding of the situation. And I guess that's just, there's two aspects of this. And everyone's going to have a different line about it. A lot of people can say a lot of things that I don't agree with or don't find savory or whatever. And that's fine. You know what I mean? Like, there are certain lines, certainly, that, like, as you guys were talking about earlier, like if Chris was one of those people doing like a TikTok dance about it, that would be, first of all, very out of character, but also,
yes,
that would be a line that would be too far. And everyone's going to have different lines. And I respect that. So I guess for me personally, just like seeing something that I don't agree with or felt like was ill-timed or done in a way that wasn't productive, it's like, I guess that's just, I would encourage people to think about like, okay, well, like instead of just shutting down the situation, how can we talk about it and figure things out? I do want to say though, from a different perspective, I'm speaking for me as to Chris, my coworker, Colin, my other coworker, and the owner of the company. It's a different dynamic than what the audience has. And I said earlier, like everyone's gonna have their own lines. And so I just want to make sure that I'm not being like, the people that are quitting or leaving the Patreon should just be more tolerant of the situation. I understand if you have your own line.
Oh yeah, I agree with you, and I that's 100. That's a very important point. I'm glad you brought that up. It's like, I'm not mad at anyone for leaving. Like I that's not it at all. Like I get it. I put my money where my mouth, or I put my money, where my mouth is. Yeah, I guess I would be right. Or let my wallet do the talking in lots of different ways, and people feel that they need to do that. I get it.
Yeah. So I just want to be clear that it's like, I believe in the conversation and figuring out and maybe even just being okay with like, it's like, okay, well, we feel different about this, but we don't need to blow up everything about it, you know?
Right.
Of course, there's certain things, Chris or anybody was like in this company, like talk shit, like horrible shit about my family or something. It's like, okay, then.
Well, no, there's of course, there's a line. There's even a line with this situation. I think that's what Chris was saying, which I do agree with, which is, I am truly disgusted by like the response that I've seen in a lot of different corners to this, just because I am so inherently nonviolent that I can't imagine. I've been totally consistent with this. I don't like violence. It's why I want the wars around the world to end. It's why I want crime to drop and people to feel safer. Because there's nothing beyond violence. I'm not a Quaker. I think there's a place for violence. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not going to be Hacksaw Ridge guy running around healing the fucking enemy or whatever.
Right.
That's not me. But I don't believe that like force is this thing that should be respected. It should be threatened in some situations and executed in others. But the one thing that's really touched me, I think, personally in this situation, are the people that have written in, and I didn't use any of their write-ins, but being like, I'm afraid for your safety. And then part of me is like, that's silly. Like, who am I? Right. But it is true. And that's why I always kind of roll my eyes in some way. And maybe I shouldn't, but I do, where people are like, oh, I got death threats and this, and it becomes a story. I'm like, dude, people have threatened to kill me so many times. Like,
yeah.
like I've been threatened to be raped. I've been threatened to every show that I've probably gone to, someone has said, like, I'm going to find you.
Right.
Watch your back at Gamescom, or we'll see you at Comic-Con or something like that. It's like that's so I've always been somewhat flippant on it. I tell this goes into the humor of the show, though, I guess, and maybe where one of the important grounded things is, like, I make John Wilkes Booth jokes at our live shows. Pretty much every one of them, that, like, someone's going to kill me from the balcony. Right?
Right.
Maybe it's not so funny anymore. Maybe someone would try to kill me. But I don't think about it through that perspective. I don't know why anyone would want to do that to me. And I'm not a prominent person in any way. But it made me feel sad that people are worried about people like us now, or just anyone that is a public figure, I suppose. And the normalization of violence, I think, this is exactly what I didn't want to happen. And I think that if there's one thing that I think is true about this situation, it's that I feel like we've crossed the Rubicon, actually. And I am afraid of what that looks like. And it's not what I want to see. And this should have been unraveled many years ago through many, many violent acts against individuals and people, and riots in the street, and cops getting killed, and innocent people getting killed, and all these things. I mean, we've tolerated violence for so long that it's almost impossible for me to imagine how we couldn't have gotten to this place. And that's a scary thing for me. And I like everyone else see violence around me in the world, and I don't think too much about it. Oh, in the Ukraine-Russia war today, 75 Ukrainians and 100 Russians died. It's like, that's just a number to me. And maybe it shouldn't be, but it's hard not to look at everything like that, because what are you supposed to do with all of this information? It's a crazy world. And I guess what I'm getting into is, I also understand why people look at this and are like, where's this feeling and this outrage for the random child that died in a school shooting or this? And I'm like, yeah, it's so horrible that we even have to consider that we don't have enough directional energy to even know how many people have died or who is dying and to what end.
That's what really kills me, man. Is that it's just like, because I think people are reacting to this in a visceral way because we see it. And there's a lot of these things that we see on like a headline that we don't see. But, like, it's worth noting. It's like, dude, like, every time there's a school shooting, the same day that happened to Charlie Kirk, that happened to, like, I think over a dozen kids. And each of those kids is one of those videos. And that's how I think about it. And it, like, whew. It really, I don't know, man. It fucks me up.
I don't know. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Chris. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, you're good.
The one thing that I hope people understand, and I'll be very curious. Usually I'm less than curious about the things you have to say. But I'll be very curious about what you think, because I don't know. I think what I hope people understand from my perspective is that this is a double bind, the classic catch-22 for me. I will lose either way. And so, in being in a no-win situation, and what I really mean by that is, like, just the options that people think are on the table or that they would want to be employed, right? So it's like, Chris is no longer on Sacred Symbols. Chris and I have done Sacred Symbols since the first episode. This is episode 376. Chris has probably been on 365 of them. That's going to cost the show an enormous amount of support and people are going to not listen to the show anymore, and I lose, right? I keep Chris, right, which is what we're doing, and it infuriates an entirely different group of people that are no longer going to listen to the show, are going to cast us off, and so either way, it's a loss. And being in that situation, you would obviously I just hope people understand it's like there's no obvious thing for me to do other than to, I guess, stand by a person that has done the show with me for all these years and who I consider a friend. And knowing that, I guess one way or the other, it's going to be a loss. You know, I'm comfortable with that decision, but I also understand that it's going to infuriate a bunch of people. And I think the biggest thing is that I just resent being in this situation. You know, like,
yeah. I mean, I apologize.
And I appreciate it, you know, and I do. It's like, but I don't want to overstate it either, in that I just think cooler heads have to prevail, and, you know, it's a lot to ask someone to blow up their business. You know, like, over now. It's, as we said, like, it's not that nothing can be said or done that would cross the line for me. It's just that I don't think this is it. And it's like you said, like, if you celebrated it or did something of that nature, maybe that would be different. But I don't think, to be fair, that's what it was. It was a flippant and glib thing, but
yeah,
I've also been, and this is the thing, because I just say this because I know people are going to be like, what about this? It's like, I've also been flippant and glib.
Yeah. I am primarily flippant and glib. So, like, it's, and look, I do. This feels like sort of deja vu for me, because it sort of feels like whenever I would make videos or whatever, and people would see the thumbnail, and then they would be like, "Oh, this is some like right wing fucking bullshit," because he's talking about, like, I don't know, he's criticizing some left leaning thing or whatever. And I'd have to be like, "You're just assuming that based on everything else that you've seen that looks kind of like this about this, when that's not what's happening." Like, guys, you don't have to go far to find people celebrating authentically. It's some of the most popular shit on the site, like 200 something K likes on some of these things where people are like, yeah, I don't care. Good. Fuck his wife and kid. Who gives a shit? That's not an unpopular sentiment. And so, like, while I do feel like I could have been better with my timing, I still really feel like I'm just like, this is not a celebratory tweet that you think it is. And so that's what's really kind of confusing me about it. Because I've said far more offensive things, in my opinion, that nobody gave a shit about. And so that's where the disconnect to me is. Where, like, I don't know if I get it fully.
Yeah.
But, you know.
Well, we'll see. I mean, that's the whole thing. Is like, knowing that we're in a lose-lose situation. We'll just see what everyone thinks. I mean, maybe I'm missing something. Maybe you're missing something. I mean, like, I think we just have to put this in the wild and then see what happens. You know, like, because I just, what I suspect is that a vast majority of the audience would never want to see you go. And that you would have to cross a line so much more egregious than that's my assumption about how the audience would feel. We're going to find out.
We'll see. I'll tell you this right now, though. I didn't play through Metal Gear Solid 3 twice to not do the spoiler cast. So
yeah, we have to do that tomorrow. That's right.
So you can deal with that.
No. And I'm not saying, by the way, that, like, decisions are on the table. I hope people aren't interpreting it like that. It's like, what I'm saying is that I am just curious what you have to say, because I just don't know. I've seen a lot of what you've said to me. I don't. there are many considerations that go into things like this. Like it's like personal and
Right.
it's friendship, and it's like the splash damage of other people being affected by things and what it can mean for things. And it's not a flippant thing to just ask someone to do something like that. I don't know. I'm just trying to be real with people, that it's like,
yeah, no, I think it's fair. I think, I don't know, even just trying to address it early on, I was just like, because there's a lot of, this is going to sound like, I should say, it's going to sound glib, but like there's a lot of turns of phrase that I feel like I was trying to address this with. And I'm just like, I can't, as I was talking, I was like, oh, I can't say like, oh, guys, the joke I was aiming for was just like, I shouldn't say, like, I missed the mark. I don't know. It's an awkward position to be in, I guess, but we'll see. I don't know. We'll see. There's a lot to talk about, I guess. So I don't know if we should leave it to the audience. I guess.
Yeah, we'll see what they have to say and what they think. I mean, I always do try to wear my heart on my sleeve, and I've tried to do that here. I am, even a day later, still somewhat ill prepared to talk about it, because I just don't know what to. It's a very unfortunate thing, and just beyond us, it's like I will live, I'll be fine, but it's like,
sure,
it's a dark day, it's a dark time, and this is I should have taken notes, because this is something I almost forgot to say, and this is something very important. It's actually perfect to put at the end of it, and then we can get into the show.
Sure.
I don't want to alienate people. I've said this many times. I don't want my show to be a thing that alienates people. And that's good business, obviously, but it's actually a reflection of how I feel. I like people. I like all sorts of different kinds of people. I don't want to have an ideological barrier around the things we do, because I don't think it's really truly relevant. I believe games are political, art is political, the creation of games is political, labor is political. All of these things are political, and people that stick their heads in the sand about it, or head in the sand about it, are doing themselves a disservice, because it just becomes a consumer product. But behind every product is a story and all the rest. And I think that those things can be interpreted from many different perspectives, and that having those different sorts of perspectives, not only on the show, but that listening to the show, make it more valuable, because the listener input we get is a major driver of the show, and those come from all sorts of different perspectives. So I just think it makes for a better product, and it's, again, a reflection of how I really feel. I want this to be, as the world is clearly getting darker, I don't know what's going to happen. I'm not trying to be ominous. It just feels, like I said earlier, that like the Rubicon has been crossed, and it just feels like, and it's not because of a specific person perhaps, or it's just about the timing of so many different things. And I do want this to be a place that people can find a level of refuge from the outside world, with a little bit of humor and a little bit of insight and the things you love, very similar to how I listen to the podcasts that are not political and not historical or any of those things. Many of them, like shows I love, like Heed the Call, The Rich Eisen Show, and things like that don't get into these things at all and allow you to kind of move on and duck out for a little while. And I think that we've managed to do that pretty well. And I hope that this place can continue to be that for those that are looking for that refuge in the times to come, regardless of what happens. And maybe it's like, there's the old historical, or it's really a political philosophy in some way, of nothing ever happens. And maybe that's true. It's all around the edge and nothing ever really happens. And I think that that's great. At this point, that would be great. But if things begin to break down and people become more ideologically guarded and they really flock towards more like-minded people, I hope this show remains what it is for everyone. Because I see it already. Like there's a fleeing from moderation. And I just want people to know that you're very welcome here. And that I do apologize on behalf of all of us if any of us have ever said something that isolated or alienated you, not as a customer, but just as a person. And Dustin hitting on it earlier, I understand why a lot of you are leaving. It's the loudest way to speak. And we've lost so many people just over all these, like, it's amazing that we're basically flat financially because we're actually doing fairly well, but it's amazing because it's like, oh, we lost all the Canadians over the tariffs. We lost like, the Europeans over this. And now, over Constellation ending, we lost these people. And now it's like, I get it. It is what it is. And it's as I promised you a few weeks ago. It's like, if we're ever in danger, I'll let you know. We're nowhere near that point. But if you like what we do, of course, support us. But I just want to say, like, and I'm glad Dustin said it earlier. It's like, I also understand that you got to do what you got to do. But I'm not going to throw away a friend and coworker and co-founder of the show and all of that over a tweet. It's just not, I can't accede to that. It's not, I just can't do it. So we'll see what people think, Yeah. And what I think we'll find out again, Chris, Dustin, what I think we'll find out again is that most people are like, okay, or they understood or whatever. But I'll be very curious, unusually curious, because again, I'm not very curious,
Right.
But this time, I'm going to be clued in, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
And we have to do that Sacred Symbols Plus episode. All right, so are we good? Do we think we've said everything we needed to say?
I think so.
Okay, Dustin, you're satisfied?
Yep.
Okay. Should we keep that there where it is in the show, or do we put it at the end of the show?
I would just leave it. Timestamp it.
Yeah.
Let people know in the description. It's going to flow weird.
Yeah, right.
Let's just be transparent. The way it happened.
Okay.
That sounds like
I think it's fine.
The way the show we'll just leave it.
Yeah.
Timestamp coming up.
We very rarely make edits. Okay. All right. So we're through that situation for now.
Yeah.
And we'll see where everyone lands later on. I don't know. We'll see. Prince Barutsky wrote in and said, hey guys, I am writing in to point out a new appreciation I have developed for the LSM shows. I've started traveling for work and have been listening to NHL and other sports podcasts. The consistent high quality audio and great conversation is a real breath of fresh air when compared to the varied audio levels, terrible mic setups, and awkward interviews that I hear on networks with thousands of employees. Best $7 Canadian I spend each month. Thank you so much. That's going all towards our fleet of shows, Prince Barutsky. Over on patreon.com/lastdaymedia, you can support us. $5 a month is the sweet spot. You get early ad-free access to every episode of this show and all the shows we do in our network. We have an Xbox podcast called Defining Duke, done by some great folks. We have a podcast for Nintendo called Punching Up, and so on and so forth. So you get a new piece of content 6 days a week, and you get RSS access, and you can put them on Spotify, and you get access to our Discord, which is cool, and you can submit inquiries. You'll hear those throughout the show. But of course, no ads as well. And a major thing we include, as Chris said earlier, is Sacred Symbols Plus. We'll be recording our Metal Gear Solid Delta spoiler cast that will go live on Saturday. I think that's me, Chris, and Gene. I think, right? That sounds about right. So please look forward to that. Recent inclusions are, we did Death Stranding stuff. We had our friends over with Click R3 and did a crossover with them, which was really fun. We did a deep dive into the fourth Mafia game, The Old Country, which I really loved. Had Jaffe on recently, did a crossover with our Nintendo show Punching Up. So lots of things over there for Sacred Symbols Plus. If you're looking for more Sacred Symbols, we really appreciate you. Get your full experience over there as well. And then Sacred Streaming is going strong every Monday afternoon over on our YouTube channel. And sometimes Fridays as well. Oh, what was that?
No, just hold up. Sorry. That was something. Just keep going. You'll know soon.
You have something saved?
I have something prepared for this next write-in.
Brandon Stark wrote in from Winterfell. He said, "Hey CDC and fellow listeners, can we please issue a firm stand down to everyone harping on the sacred bet situation? As Hogue would explain, Colin didn't follow the exact letter of the obligation, but he absolutely followed the spirit of it. Should both sides have dragged this out for as long as they did, whining and teasing? Maybe not. Conversely, how much does it really matter if Colin played specifically 2 or 4 or 8 hours? He agreed and indeed did spend an afternoon playing a game he had zero interest in for our entertainment. The whole ordeal was fun to observe and gave me many laughs, but it's time to put this new piece of lore behind us. Thanks and have a great weekend all." I'm happy to put it behind us as well. Now that
of course you are.
Yeah, now that it's all,
you would be.
Yeah, now that it's all over. Well, what do you have to say, Dustin, about this?
Okay, well, I just think it's funny that he brings up Hogue here, as Hogue would explain. I'm going to dub this in for the audience, but I'm just going to play it through the speaker. This is Hogue on the last episode of Sacred Symbols, and you're going to hear Brad's voice too.
First of all, we got to get this out there, Hogue. The man is a coward and not a man of his word. What do you think about that, Hogue? Not being able to play Kingdom Hearts for 4 hours in about a month and a half.
Well, I'm not prepared to call Colin a coward, but it does seem like if you're going to enter into a bet, you have to meet the conditions that bet puts forth. That's how contract law works. That's my bailiwick. That's my line of business. So it's very important if you're going to enter into a contractual relationship of some kind that you meet your obligations under that contract, or else who is going to want to contract with you in the future?
Who is going to want to contract with Colin Moriarty in the future after this? And, well, I mean, I could bring up another clip too if you want.
Well, you want to. You obviously want to. You might as well just, what are you, like, stop being a showman and just fucking, and put it up.
I am a
here.
showman.
He came with
That's what made, you know,
he came with
I'm best in the biz. Because a big part of this, and I think it's the bet is, or as Brandon's writing in here, is about how, like, does it really matter? Now, on our stream, Colin, you were bringing up numerous times, like, I thought that I did what I needed to do, is what you said many times. You're like, I streamed all afternoon. Here's a clip from the Sacred Symbols done after the first Sacred streaming.
Fucking Phoenix, right?
I'm a man of my word, so we have to get back to it at some point. But I've at least whittled some of the hours down.
To me, that sounds like you deeply understood that you had not fully completed your obligation.
You're like the
Did
FBI,
you not?
You're like the
Did you
FBI
not?
agents outside of fucking Tony Soprano's house in the van.
Yeah,
the
the publicly recorded with tens of thousands of listeners podcast. You said that. I was really wiring in there. What do you have to say for yourself, bitch?
Yeah, I mean, it's true. I did say that. I think, first of all, Magnanimous Colin is dead, right? I mean, that's like what it's the death. He's dead and buried and he's gone now and he'll be forgotten. Well, you have something. Go ahead. You're leaning in.
I'm letting you finish, dog.
Oh, okay.
You can go ahead. Dig your grave.
Dog.
Oh, Bolshevik. All right. So this was going to be the big thing that I thought we were going to have to talk about, which is funny. I wish that was the big thing.
I think it is technically the most egregious thing that anyone.
Yeah, it's
right.
It is. So all right. So there's multiple parts to this. Actually, there's parts of it that you guys aren't even aware that because I was ready to even escalate it even further, and Mike is like, you really shouldn't. But like, when I did the stream, I realized that I played for, I think, just 2 hours and 2 minutes, right? I was thinking we should do 202 merch or something like that. I wonder if anyone would care. And because that was a funny moment in that stream. And so, but I did it all afternoon, and honestly, I thought I was going to kind of get away with it, right? But I thought that I wasn't really getting away with it. I thought it kind of was in this. It's what Hogue said, or like the spirit of the agreement, where it's like I did what I was supposed to do. Like I did it, you know. I was here, and that's really, and so I'm going to be dead ass honest. And I know people think it's like, because I understand people disagree with it, and I appreciate that, which is why I did the second stream. But it's like I kind of feel like I did this obligation. I look forward to sacred streaming. I want to do things that I want to do. You know, I don't want to play this fucking game again. I feel like everyone's going to be like, okay, agreement met. Even though I understood from that clip that I didn't do all of it, I kind of just thought it would go away. Not that I didn't do it straight up, but that people are like, yeah, he did it. Now, when it became so that's true. Okay, when it became obvious that was not going to be an option because people were really upset about it, right? And it was becoming a bit, and I was like, okay. So at this point, it's like, all right, since I'm going to have to do it again to fulfill this, I'm going to make this into like a heel turn thing and be like really annoying about it. And I'm a little disappointed. Like some people don't seem to have gotten that and think that I'm like dead ass serious. And I find that a little weird. I went back and watched like some of the stream and the things I was saying. It's like, you really thought that, like, am I the autistic one or are you?
You're a very good actor, apparently.
It's like, this is so obviously magnanimous Colin. First of all, it's supposed to be I kept saying you've killed magnanimous Colin because it's supposed to be a play. What is it supposed to be a play on, Chris?
You've killed independent George.
That's exactly right. Thank you.
Of course. Yeah.
And so it's like, you've killed magnanimous Colin. And it was just supposed to be like I just thought people would read it more than that. But some people didn't. It's fine. Whatever. Comedy hits, it doesn't.
I can't relate.
Yeah, exactly. Because like some people were so upset about it. I'm like, what? Like, really? Like, I thought we made it entertaining and it was fun. I realized that people thought I didn't fulfill the obligation. So I made it a whole thing. Now, Dustin, this is the part that you don't know. The weekend leading up to it, so that Sunday I was on my portal and it wasn't working right. And this is when I realized as we went on the stream that like everybody's golf was all fucked up and my PS5 was all fucked up. And actually my TV wasn't reading the PS5. Like I thought for a while until I started moving plugs around and switching plugs and I got it to work again that my Elgato was broken. And I went downstairs so excited because this happened like after we announced the stream, but before we were going to go, where I'm like, I'm like, dude, my Elgato doesn't work. We can't capture the footage. It's going to give me a reason to like not do the Kingdom Hearts thing tomorrow and make this so much more funny. And she's like, oh no, I think people are going to like start to get upset. And I thought she was crazy because I was like, no, it'll be funny. It's like, and I'm like, I'm so glad that didn't end up happening. I got the Elgato working and we were able to capture the footage, but it's just so funny to me that I actually wanted to make it even worse.
Oh yeah.
And like kick it down the road even more because of what I thought was going to be this technical thing, especially because I thought people were going to think it was a lie and it would make this whole conspiracy and be this whole new bit. And I'm like, oh my God, I'm so glad that didn't happen. Because even as far as it went. So again, I want to be totally clear. I thought I fulfilled the spirit of the deal and was going to just not do it. People said I was wrong. I concurred. I was like, okay, fair enough. I'm going to make it really annoying and have fun with it. And so I'm sorry if that missed for some people, but I don't know. I'm not that good of an actor, I don't think. And I'm a little surprised that I'm just a little surprised by it, but it is what it is. Yeah. It was fun. I had fun with it. I'm sorry, Dustin.
We want to make the most entertaining content, especially when it comes to bets. Bets is like, I mean, Easy Allies really leaned to this when they did bets with Brad, but it was like wrestling, you know?
Right.
Everyone's a character talking shit, doing their thing. So yeah, it's all fun. So now to be clear also, you never had to stream those final 2 hours.
Oh no, I know, but it's exactly what happened so I lost the bet right before we announced Sacred Streaming, but I was saying behind the scenes that I was like, dude, I'm so excited that I lost because we can do Kingdom Hearts first. I don't know if you, especially Dustin, I don't know if you remember that. And so I'm going to make my own pain into content, I guess is what I'm saying. And that was the only option. I could have straight up lied about it. I could have let that game running and did not so I wouldn't do that. But so I guess what I'm saying is I understand why people thought I was welshing on the bet. That was not my intention. I thought people would interpret it as the spirit of the bet being met. Afterwards, gotta make it funny. A lot of people didn't find it funny.
Gamers.
It's the
gamers.
and they're gamist.
Gamers, yeah.
So just a lot of misses this week for a lot of different people, and been a really productive and great week.
Historic, one would say.
So yeah, dude, I'm so happy with Sacred Streaming though. It's so funny, and I've had such a good time with it, and really looking forward to it. I think for this Monday, I wanted to do the Sacred League, but that will probably get kicked in the next week because I just don't have time to deal with it right now. I want to do the hosting. So I feel like it's unfair for Brad to have to prepare so much for the show and never get to play. I think that kind of sucks. Or just getting other people involved too, is good. Mm-hmm. So that will be coming soon, but I think Micah and we've wanted to play Overcooked together. We're both fans of the game. It could cause a divorce. Frankly, the game is so intense. So I think it will make for good content. So I think we'll do that coming up. I bought, and it was only $10 because I have Overcooked 1. I've never bought and played Overcooked 2. But then they had the All You Can Eat edition, which is both of them on PS5. So with all the DLC and shit. So I bought that. And I think that's what we'll do. But we'll announce it officially on Sunday. And like I said, for Sacred Symbols Plus, Metal Gear Solid Delta will be coming up. And of course, merch. laststandmedia.store. Get your copy of Abraxia if you haven't already. T-shirts, sweatshirts. We just had a meeting. We have some new things coming. Very exciting. Everything's happening. Everything's happening right now. What is that? A microfiber cloth you've been?
It is. It's I was folding it up and I was thinking about you on Colin and Greg Live like 10 years ago, folding your cloth and then putting it nicely on the desk. Do you remember doing that?
Yeah.
You do that like every episode.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Definitely.
So.
Definitely. I'm a incredibly finicky. Like I'm actually looking at my desk now, like everything's straight on it.
Yeah.
Like at like a 90-degree angle. All right. Just a few things to talk about here, and then we'll get into the news. There's not too much news this week either, so most of it was spent. No, most of the show will probably be spent navel gazing. It is Sacred Symbols after all. 2 celebratory things. Let's get into some nice things here. Jacob Allen wrote in, said, "Hey guys, Monday the 15th is my 32nd birthday. This one will be different though. The next day, the 16th, is my daughter's first birthday. Please do me the honor of wishing Lily a happy first birthday. I will clip this and play it on repeat so I can watch my wife roll her eyes. I think it would be cool to show my daughter as she grows up as well. Back to you all. I'd like to thank you for being my companion piece as I have worked 2 jobs 7 days a week to provide for my girls. Thanks for keeping me preoccupied as I work to get back to them. Take care." Oh, you're a good man, Jacob. Happy birthday to Lily. Little girl.
Little girl, it's your birthday.
Little girl, go.
Oh man.
Little girl, crawl into the living room. Look for that DualSense controller.
Get your daddy's credit card.
Get your daddy. Go look for your daddy's wallet. Read
Dude, the poor wife here, she's going to hear this on repeat.
Yeah.
So just add to it, all the sacred widows that have to hear this shit. If you get divorced from Overcooked, that's going to be like, what goes around comes around for you.
Yeah. That's going to be Overcooked. I can't remember. Is Overcooked even a real game? Is that even a real thing? Because I feel like
that's real.
What do you mean by this?
I feel like I keep hearing about it, and then but I've not personally seen any evidence that this is a real game.
Oh, it's a real game.
Personally.
I played it. I played the first one. It's real. It's real. I'm surprised that I wonder what you would think of it. It's pretty fucking funny.
It sounds like a good idea. I would love it. I would love for somebody to make it.
Dude, people, it is interesting because I've gotten uniquely angry at people when I've played it. Like a unique level of like real anger.
Right.
Where I'm like, you are fucking this all up. Like, what is wrong with you? It brought out something in me that I've never had. I don't know. I just can't. Especially because I don't play a lot of competitive games. So maybe you have this feeling in fucking team-based Call of Duty or something. I have no idea. But
yeah,
where I want to like kill someone. Yeah.
Overcooked brings out an attitude in everyone who plays it that's like everyone's a fucking moron but me who plays this game, when literally everyone's equally struggling the same amount.
Oh, you should look into it, Chris. I think you would like it.
Yeah, I bet I would.
Jacob, Lily, happy birthday, little girl. Go and get your father's wallet. Put it in an envelope.
Yeah.
Last Stand Media, P.O. Box 1523, Midlothian, Virginia 23113. Thank you for writing in.
Thank you.
Brian McIntosh wrote in and said, hello, gents. As you listen to this week's episode, we will be driving on our first family holiday in Wales. He put UK. We're not that stupid. I was hoping you would give a quick shout out to Jessica and our twin toddler sons, Mason and Elliot. Went on long journeys. I listen to your podcast to relax. So Jess will have no choice. Have a wonderful day, little boys.
Grab that steering wheel.
Dude, it's killing me that
we got some like MK Ultra shit going on where we're like activating these children.
It's absolutely flooring me that this is the episode you're gonna listen to on a long of all. It's probably the worst time for you to do this and listen to the show. Oh my god! Shout out to you though,
little boys. Use
Pray for your marriage.
this credit card skimmer. Send and send all data to Last Stand Media. P.O. Box.
jerk. Yank the wheel. It'll be funny.
Grab that wheel, little boy.
Grab that wheel. He doesn't know what he's doing up there, dude.
Pull your daddy's hair out.
Jesus Christ.
That's so crazy.
Finally, Gay Bitches wrote in and said, I love that. Hey, boys.
I didn't catch it.
Gay Bitches. That's awesome.
I read these ahead of time and I genuinely didn't catch that at all.
That fucking rules.
Gay bitches.
Gay Bitch. I've never seen that one. I'm crying.
For the
crying.
people listening, it is Gabe, Gabe. Itches. ITCHES. Gabe Itches.
I'm crying.
That's a great one. I can't believe I've never seen that.
Yeah.
I can't believe I've never seen that one. Oh my god.
Says, hey boys, though I'm sure Chris and Dustin aren't clamoring to be given additional tasks. I do wonder if they've ever felt any type of way about the fact that they have no say in which write-ins get selected. Dustin, how can you be sure that Colin never threw out write-ins that were favorable to you but detrimental to him? What if you suppressed ultra weeby messages? Chris, what if you threw out furry apologia write-ins which agreed with you about how impressive furry costumes are just to make you look unhinged? Sure, it's his company and he can do it as he pleases, but y'all ever feel underrepresented, for lack of a better word. Love you all. I'll hang up, flex my sphincter, insert a grenade 3/4 of the way in, put my finger through the pin loop, and then relax my ass to swallow it up as my stationary finger causes the pin to be pulled.
All right.
That's
Descriptive.
Creative.
That's
Verbose.
literature. That's prose, my friend.
It is prose.
Dustin, do you feel like I'm hiding anything? You guys can look at the threads. I don't know if you do. But,
yeah.
But
well,
listen, I would love if you guys want to put the show together. That'd be awesome. I would love that.
Right. It is funny. Just last week, one of our write-ins from John Russell was actually an old friend of mine, JT Russell. I never called him John, so I didn't connect the dots that it was him. And he texted me. He's like, "Hey, dude, thanks for reading my write-in on the show." And I was like, "Well, you're welcome, but also, I mean, I had nothing to do with it." I've had multiple times where people are like, "Oh, they tag me or whatever. Thanks for reading my write-in." I'm like, I'm not picking any of the write-ins. And I think Gabe here.
Gay bitches.
I trust Colin with putting together the show. And if I had something that, maybe if he was leaning something a certain way, I just got to be sharper. I got to be ready to go with like, he brought up the thing about Hogue and the spirit of the bets. I was ready. I read the notes in advance, usually read them the night before, and I'll review them again the morning of. Got to be sharp for these situations.
Yeah, you are sharp.
Colin has his job. I have my job. Chris has his job.
That sounded so insulting. No, totally. I try to be. Well, Chris, how do you feel about the selection? I mean, again, the thread is there for anyone to read.
Yeah. I've looked into it from time to time. Like I can't remember the last time I looked at the thread though. To be honest, it's been like a while. Like
I was
maybe
really excited to look at the thread this week.
Yeah, I bet. No, I don't know. Putting together, honestly, finding, and maybe Colin can relate to this, but like, I know for our show, finding, like, I put the questions together for our show, and it's a grueling task for us, because we have like, I don't remember how many write-ins like a sacred thread usually gets, but like ours is like hundreds at this point. It's ridiculous. That's why we do 2 shows a week. It's
it'll be between 150 and 200. And this week we had, I mean, sometimes it'll go over if there's like a state of play. This week we had almost 300, and that's like really high for us.
Yeah. Like we normally, like, it's usually like 250, like low end. And so it's just like finding a question that I think is fun as like an improv jump off point that also is written in a way that doesn't make me want to die.
I was going to say nearly impossible task. The writing part.
A lot of people just don't know how to write. Fine. It hurts me, but like fine. And sometimes I have no choice. Sometimes I just have to settle because it's a good premise. It's written terribly, but like fine, we can work with this. So I am in no way envious of the process of picking write-ins for another show. In addition, yeah, I'm good.
It's a lot of reading, and because people are like, "Do you really read the?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I really do read them."
Yeah.
If I get halfway through one and I'm like, "This isn't," or like, "This not well written," I'll move on. If I see like a whole like
paragraph,
I literally just scroll right past it. I don't even read it because I'm like, "This is like, what do you want me to do here with this?"
Yeah,
I'm not comfortable rewriting people's shit. Like where I'm like, I'm just going to use this portion. It's like I'm not going to use it at all.
Oh, I've absolutely. I've done that for sure. I mean, like, I always be like, listen, you wrote this terribly, but I fixed it for you. I think I got to what the real spirit of your question was.
Right.
I know better than you, clearly. Than what you wrote.
Oh, I guess I'll give people a little bit of insight in that, like, so I read them in the order that they received. So I scroll all the way to the bottom of the post, and then I start scrolling up. I hit like load replies, like over and over again until it stops, and then I start scrolling up or whatever, and I copy them. There's like, the document has all these different sections because we go in order, and I copy them where I think they would make sense. And then so it's like, someone's playing this game. This might make sense. And I pull that in or whatever. And then things slowly get replaced. And I kind of have a bias towards people's names that I don't recognize. And then if there's nothing that's like appropriate for those, then I kind of have a bias towards just like great questions, obviously. And you hear more people more often than others because they're the better writers, I guess, or at least the more timely people. Like there are definitely names I recognize where I'm like, you know exactly how to write into the show. You know exactly what you're doing. You have an opportunity every week of getting on the show. And then ultimately, like, so I might have like 12 things in the questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas at the end of the show. And then I go through and I like delete the ones that I think make the most sense to delete. And if we have like too many things for a specific game, I'll go in and delete some of those. And sometimes I delete them on the fly when we're doing the show, if I don't feel like they make sense or we got to what we already talked about or whatever. So, yeah, there's that as well. So yeah, it's not like the most grueling and ridiculous task for me. It's just a major part of the gig for preparing Sacred Symbols. And I would love to not write the show, but I get the person who steers the show has to know the content better than anyone. And so it really has to be the same person. I think it would be weird to be just given I wouldn't know what was on the document. I would have to like do my own research. It's basically like just doing the show anyway and so like I might as well just do it. All right, gay bitches. Thank you for writing and thanks for making me cry. All right. Let's get into the news. It's time. Wanted to start here. We don't have to talk about this too much because it's not very interesting probably to most of our audience, but I think it's relevant and important for people listening, no doubt. Some people. Over on the PlayStation blog, they write, announcing PlayStation Family app for parental controls and family management. So this is available on the App Store right now, and you can go check it out. Just search for it, on Google Play or your App Store on Apple And they write here in part, quote, at Sony Interactive Entertainment, we're committed to providing safe play for gamers of all ages, including enhancing ways for parents to manage their children's gaming experience. This includes the current parental control features available on the PS5 and PS4 consoles, such as playtime settings and age restriction settings for games. Today, we're pleased to announce our next step in this commitment with PlayStation Family, a new dedicated parental control mobile app available on iOS and Android devices. PlayStation Family app will be launching around the world starting today. So, as I said, it's already out because this was written yesterday. PlayStation Family app is a new experience to help parents set up and manage their children's gaming experience on PlayStation straight from their supported mobile device. The app includes a number of new customizable features for parents to manage their children's playtime, including an activity report, more visibility into what their children are playing, and approving extra playtime requests, all at the tap of a finger. And they have some look at it with some GIFs and all the rest if you want to go check it out over on the site. So there are content filters and ability to kind of limit social interactions, obviously manage monetary spending, manage time spending as well. There are activity reports so you can see what your kids are playing and all of the rest. I know this is important to some of you. We have lots of parents out there listening. So obviously not a relevant thing for me. I think the one thing that this falls into the trap of, unfortunately, is that this is made for parents that aren't really game savvy, I would assume, and don't know how to just do all of this on the console itself, or don't know how to look into those things and limit things, and they just don't know what their kids are doing on there, which is totally reasonable. That's a lot of people, but it falls into the trap of like the people who would know this app existed are the people that probably don't need it. So I'll be wondering what happens there. I don't know if you guys have anything you want to say about it, but I just wanted to throw that out there as a PSA because it's something that Sony is pretty heavily promoting right now in their official channels.
I think it's awesome. This is something Nintendo has had for, well, in terms of like in having a specific app for it. And I think it's smart for PlayStation because if you want to have if you want to sow the seeds of a future audience, if you want to, as we were MK Ultraing children earlier,
right,
to be Sacred Symbols fans and to steal from their parents, PlayStation, if the option before a parent is like, well, I know about all these advanced parental controls on Nintendo Switch, it's really easy, let's have them play there just because I know how to do that. Maybe PlayStation is just more difficult or whatever. I don't know. Having the easiest option's good. My only thing is I want more detailed reporting. I want to know, like, if it's an older kid, what their KD is in Call of Duty, or, just because if they're not playing so well, it's like, it's kind of, we want to know if the kid's a disappointment, in terms of how much of a gamer they are.
Sure. Is he a gamer? Isn't he a gamer?
It's like, oh, son, well, I see you played 45 minutes of Life is Strange.
Yeah.
I think we're going to have a little conversation about that.
Are you gay, son? Are you gay for me?
Oh, goodness.
Oh, man.
All right. So PlayStation Family app out there for all of you parents. Why are you listening to this if you're a parent?
Yeah. Come on.
Your life. All right. This was pretty big news being circulated, but I question whether it's really big news or that it wasn't already really kind of known or inferred. But our friends over at Insider Gaming nonetheless wrote, exclusive, PlayStation 6 is planned to have a detachable disk drive on launch. They write, quote, Insider Gaming has learned that the PlayStation 6 is planned to have a detachable disk drive when the console launches. First introduced mid-generation for the PlayStation 5, the detachable disk drive was a means for PlayStation to reduce its production and shipping costs. For the next generation of the PlayStation, several sources who wish to remain anonymous because they were not authorized to talk about company plans have said that the detachable disk drive is here to stay for the next generation. Identical to the PlayStation 5 and its detachable disk drive, customers will be able to buy the console individually as a digital console bundled with the PS6 as a traditional console, or upgrade later by purchasing the detachable disk drive separately. I'm pretty sure this was known, but if it because I feel like Moore's Law reported that, but I could be wrong. But if it wasn't, certainly it was inferred. There's simply there's just no reason to sell a console with a disk drive and force that as a major option. You should just not do that. Just make a console that is digital and then give people the option to plug something into it. That should be all your consoles, one SKU. That's it. And so I think that I don't know that this news hits as hard for me as it did for other people, because I'm like, I don't think I expected that they were going to sell the PS6 with a disk drive. Again, we said last week, Dustin, that I think sometimes people overestimate how many copies of big AAA games sell on disc. Obviously, those are the options, and so you see those sales numbers sometimes from really transparent companies like CD Projekt, We brought up Remedy, where it's like most people are playing The Witcher 3 off of disc, for instance, and all of the rest. So you don't want to discount that. But really, a majority of people on these consoles are playing digital games. And I don't mean like Lily-Mo games. I mean like Fortnite. And they don't give a fuck about disc drives. So this seems obvious to me. The other big piece of news, though, before I send it around to you guys here, comes from this. And I think this is way more interesting. They write, quote, these uncertain times, and they're referencing the fiscal reality as talked about by one of their sources, have seemingly influenced PlayStation's decision on the look of the next PlayStation 2, as rumblings suggest that this time around, the PlayStation 6 will have a much simpler design than its predecessor, again, to maximize efficiency, shipping space, weight, and so on. This is something I'm happy to hear, because I think that like we have to get back to a basic industrial design for these machines and stop making them look like they look. It's ridiculous. I don't give a fuck how they look. Make them as cheap as you can make them. So, Chris, let's hear from you first. What do you think of this? No disk drive built in for PS6. Not a huge surprise.
Yeah.
And maybe a straightforward industrial design that eschews style for cost.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, I'm not really that surprised. No disk drive. I mean, it seems like we were going in that way. There's obviously a lot too that plays into, I think, PS Plus now, with a lot more people having built their digital libraries over time. It's just kind of more of I would imagine that it's just kind of the new baseline. And so that doesn't surprise me necessarily. It also cuts costs down, so that's good. I think as far as like having a more or a less ridiculous design, I mean, good. That was my main kind of sad point about the PS5 Pro, was that I was kind of hoping that like the PS5 Pro would be like a massive change in the form factor, or not a massive change in the form factor necessarily, but enough that it would feel like a transformative kind of thing. Like, okay, this isn't this loud, obnoxious thing. And to be fair, it was smaller, I guess. But we've been saying on the show, at least I have been saying on the show since we first got our hands on the PS5, or since we first got to look at it, that it's a little ugly.
Mm.
It's a little ugly. It's cool looking it's cool in a way that's like, that would be cool to see somewhere else, but not necessarily in my house. You know, like if I saw it on like a starship in some fantasy or some sci-fi show, like, yeah, that's a cool little doohickey. But next to on my wood panel TV stand, next to my like all black machines, like this thing, it's very garish and, you know, loud and obnoxious. So like, I'm all for it. Good. Get to a simplified design that isn't so, in my opinion, obnoxious.
Yeah, the even numbered PlayStations hopefully will continue to have great design, and the odd numbered ones will be the weird ones. You know, 1, 3, and 5 are the weird ones. 2 and 4 are the ones that are like so clean, where it's like PlayStation 2 is iconic. It's even a little much by our standard today, but I remember that thing like sitting in my bedroom and me looking at it and being like, "This is incredible! Like this thing is awesome." So turn of the century. So, and then PS4 was, and the Pro especially. I loved the PS4 Pro. Where they just put a stack on top of the PS4 and just kept the same design factor. You don't think it's too cute by it. Dustin, one of the things that I'm really aware of, though, based on these leaks, not only from Insider Gaming, but from Moore's Law and just other things we've been reading, is that Sony seems to be comprehensively focused on cost. And that, as if this is a majorly urgent thing. I think this is probably because they've had a hard time getting a lot of PS4 owners over to PS5. And that the economy is what it is, that electronics are becoming more expensive by virtue of inflation and the various tariff pressures. I wonder what you think of this. Should PlayStation 6 just use the DualSense? Anyway, talk to me however you like.
Yeah, should PlayStation 6 use the DualSense? I think that would make sense. Because I think one of the things that annoyed me about PlayStation 5 is that you can use DualShock 4 on it, but you can't use it on PS5 games, right? It only works for PS4. So a little bit annoying, but yeah, as far as this whole article, like, I'm not surprised that discs are going to continue for the next generation. A lot of people probably invested, even if they are digital now, they still maybe have PS5 discs. Maybe they weren't early on. They want to be able to keep that backwards compatibility. So, yeah, it's not surprising that disc. The other thing too to consider is that from a US standpoint, yeah, it makes sense. It's like, why aren't they doing it all digital? That's how everybody buys games. It's much smaller. That's physical. But when you're thinking from a global market perspective, there are probably certain areas and regions, countries that are much more dependent on having physical games due to the internet infrastructure and things like that. So, or just company or countries that are just more focused on buying physical. Countries like Japan, things like that. So it makes sense, and I totally support. I totally support the idea of selling the console cheaper without it, and then just giving people the upgrade option, like they did with PlayStation 5 Pro. And as far as the industrial design, I on this show since the PS5 came out, have been the only person that said that I like the way the PS5 looks. I don't think it's amazing. I'm not going to bat for it, but I don't know. I think it's cool, whatever.
Yeah.
But I'm all in favor of something that's more simple to keep costs down. And I think that if my preference is something kind of weird and cool versus something industrial and cool, I would lean that direction as well. Because, dude, like my favorite of the PlayStation designs probably is the launch PlayStation 4. I think absolutely spectacular. The two-tone between the matte and the gloss, very, very nice. I love that look. I love the look of the original PS1 as well. So I'm all in favor of that. So yeah, I'm curious about the pricing. And I think it's smart. Thinking about PS5, I wonder if when they were designing it, thinking about it, is that their intention was like, well, this is going to be like every other console that we're designing it, and these prices will be able to reduce the price as things goes on. Clearly, times have changed, and so that mindset may have shifted. That it's like, no, we kind of have to set the price realistically from the beginning because there's no certainty that we're going to be able to reduce it later on. So, I'm curious what that will mean in terms of potential compromises. Obviously, we talked about the leak for Moore's Law is Dead. Maybe that won't be the case. I prefer that, but there's just too many unknowns right now.
Yeah, fair enough. I will be curious. I mean, it's going to get more intense because we're probably a year and a half away from it being announced, I would assume, something like that. And so it's going to materialize. Like it's obvious if things go the way console launches used to go, and the importance of obviously games going on there are games well into development that are being spec'd towards this machine, and be excited to see what those are when the time comes. But I expect the PlayStation 6 leaks to continue. Seems like we know a great deal about the machine. It would be cool to know more about the games now and what might be planned from that perspective. But everyone's pretty tight-lipped, and I think that that's fairly reasonable if you're getting extremely early access to the stuff. All right. I thought this was interesting. I just wanted to share this. Push Square, our friends over there, wrote about this. This is via the podcast and YouTube channel MinMax, who interviewed Nate Fox, the creative director over at Sucker Punch, who has been there forever. Nate, I haven't talked to Nate in years, but I will say he is one of the sweetest people I've ever met in the industry. He's a really, really nice person. I did the history of Sucker Punch when I was at IGN, and so I talked to him extensively for that. But I first met him for Infamous and Infamous 2. And he really makes people feel comfortable and puts people at ease and stuff. I think he's a really, really nice person. So it's cool to see him kind of doing the rounds. And he's obviously the creative director of Ghost, and he talked about it on MinMax. I don't really care about that. But the thing that this story is about, which is what Push Square has relayed, is about Sly Cooper. And Push Square sums it up like this. They say, quote, "Those aching for a return to the PS2 era of PlayStation platformers may want to close this page immediately." In a quick-fire interview with Ben Hansen from MinMax, Sucker Punch creative director Nate Fox has said his team wouldn't be all that impressed if it was tasked with working on a new Sly Cooper project. He said that the team would be, quote unquote, asked hypothetically, in quotes, what percentage of the studio would be jazzed, in quotes, to continue the stealth platforming series. He estimated around 10%. He says, quote, "It's been a long time since Sly Cooper came out," end quote. So just a little thing. why would anyone want Sucker Punch to work on Sly Cooper? You didn't care about Sly Cooper 4 when Sanzaru made it. And it was an indistinguishable Sly Cooper game. In fact, I thought it was pretty great. I gave it an 8, actually, I think, at IGN. I don't quite understand. I don't understand this constant need to like go back to these old wells of series that are not even these middling like Killzone style things that did well for a while and people cared about, but these things that like were last seen and no one really gave a shit about. It makes me feel bad for the people that put the game out to begin with, and Sly Cooper 4 blatantly teases Sly 5, so they had every intention of doing it. You didn't buy it. Now you want to use Sucker Punch's their own time on a Sly Cooper game? I don't know, man. I just feel like there's so much inconsistency with the way people behave as consumers and then like the things they say they want. So it's no surprise. I mean, that would be stupid for them to work on Sly Cooper. They need to make something new after Ghost, though. I will say that. Chris, what are your thoughts here? No one wants to make Sly Cooper at Sucker Punch.
Yeah, I mean, it has been a long time. The thing to me is that like it's been so long for them that I would have to imagine that. Look, when you're building a franchise, I would imagine you build a certain skill set. You kind of get to know it a little bit. You kind of get better at working within it. And then you're kind of in that mode for a while, at least. And I would imagine, like, if the team who made Ghost of Tsushima and Ghost of Yotei just was like, "Hey, next up, we're going to do a Sly Cooper game," I feel like that's not the same people. I feel like it's not going to be the same energy. It's ostensibly kind of a completely different studio doing it anyway. So, like, I guess I just don't get generally the desire for studios to return to old IP. I get the idea of wanting old IP to continue in some way, because I do think people grow up on them or whatever and they like them, and then they never worked at that company, they work somewhere else, they have an idea they want to do with it, and if they can license it, great. Obviously the people who made, I guess it flies in the face of it a little bit, though, because id is probably the only example of a studio that has done it successfully that I can think of right off the top of my head, with obviously Doom, and from the original Dooms into Doom 2016. But that was after a long time, and they had something that they clearly wanted to do that was interesting. I don't know what you do to Sly Cooper if you're Sucker Punch to make it fresh, new, and exciting. I think a lot of this is because Astrobot was such a huge success. There's hunger for more platformers now, which I get. But I think Astrobot's an exception because it was so good. There's so many other ones that, like, what was it? Ukulele, I think, was like the big one.
Right.
That was kind of like didn't really set the world on fire. I don't know. I would want studios to move on and make new things as opposed to going back to old stuff. Not to say the old stuff can't live again. I just think that it's better in the hands of other people who probably have a completely different lens on it to make it interesting in the first place and worth bringing back in the first place.
Yeah,
I guess the exception of it is like, I guess, the exception and not the rule, I guess, is what I'm saying.
I generally agree with you, just in that it's been so long since not only Sly 3, which was the last Sucker Punch Sly Cooper, which is 20 years old, but Sly 4, which came out in 2013 from Sanzaru, and again, I thought was really great. But it's funny to think that there was really only 8 years between those games. There's an even bigger difference in time now between the games, but that sending it to a different studio is the same thing as having Sucker Punch do it, because there's almost no one there, like you said, that worked on it. And certainly they've long moved on. I mean, they started making Infamous in 2006. They haven't fucked around with Sucker Punch with Sly Cooper in a long time. So I will also say that I think people are overestimating how well a game like this would do. Astrobot, for all of its plaudits, is probably a 2 million seller or something like that. It's not amazing. It's good, especially for a team of 60 or 50 people. But Sly Cooper, I just don't know how you make that relevant and really shine. And it's just a bad use of internal resources. And I also just think the good news here is that I think games are taking so long. If you could look at one of the silver linings of games taking forever to develop, it's that there's so much space that it doesn't, like Uncharted, for instance. Uncharted could come back and be huge again. It feels it's been 10 years basically since an Uncharted game almost. So it's like, okay, bring it back. Like, let things percolate. But remember that Sony's advantage all of this time, and frankly, is what I think makes it made its first party for a while anyway superior to what was going on elsewhere, was that they really would move on. And the only way you get Uncharted is to stop making Jak and Daxter. The only way you get The Last of Us is to stop making Uncharted. The only way you get Intergalactic is to stop making The Last of Us. And so there's a creative kind of destruction that happens, but it generally works well. And no offense, because I know how much people love. I mean, the sales and the fan base for Nintendo speaks for itself. But like, what were the big games in the NES era? Mario and Zelda. What were the big games in the SNES era? Mario and Zelda. N64. Mario and Zelda. GameCube. Mario and Zelda. Wii. Mario and Zelda. I'm not saying these games don't change. I'm not saying that they're not radically different. I was there. I played them. But what I'm saying is that like, at least there's a creative emphasis to do truly different things. The ironic thing is that sometimes the games that you do that are truly different end up being facsimiles of each other with different coats of paint. And so I understand that too.
Yeah.
But so just don't underestimate this idea that you would have gotten none of like Sony could have gone all in on Crash Bandicoot, bought it, and just been like, yeah, Crash Bandicoot forever.
Yeah.
There's some wisdom in just look at Microsoft. No offense to them with Halo and Gears and Forza. It's like, cool. We have Gran Turismo, I guess. Anyway, Dustin, what are your thoughts here? And take it out however you'd like.
Yeah, I think I agree with a lot of the points you guys made as far as like, it'd be weird to go back. I think the most important thing for me is that if someone at Sucker Punch had a passion and an idea for a new Sly Cooper game that they felt that was a worthy endeavor for them to do, then cool, show us. But if that's not what they're passionate about or want to do, then they shouldn't do that. And I'm more into the idea of them doing something new. I've not really dived super deep into Sly Cooper. I know they are good games, but I don't think there's anything particularly exceptional about them that only Sucker Punch could do. And that was shown with the last Sly Cooper game, is that other teams could do it. So, and I think too that Sly Cooper is cool, but he really only matters at this point to people in a very niche bubble. And so aside from the creative stuff, from the business aspect of it, really doesn't make any sense.
I will also, I kind of forgot to return to this in our more somber and serious conversation at the beginning of the show, but there is this other angle with Sucker Punch that I'd be loath to not bring up because a lot of people wrote in about it. I didn't include your inquiries because I just didn't. I thought we would talk about it earlier. Otherwise, I might have done that. But what do you guys think about this kind of push to boycott the game in some circles because of the reaction to the assassination of Charlie Kirk from people that worked on the game? I don't know if you guys have seen any of this going on, but this stuff is, I will say, because I'm a very political person, and so I see a lot of these different things, is that this is breaking through. So I'm not saying it's going to be on fucking nightly news. I'm just saying that like this is getting circulated by people well outside of video games, and I wonder what you guys think of that. It seems like a lot of people are upset about it. I must admit that though I'm put off and disgusted by the celebration of violence, especially so explicit as these people are comfortable doing. I'm not going to boycott the game. I have bad news for you about Sucker Punch. They're based in Seattle, or in the Seattle suburbs, and a lot of them are exactly what you think. I mean, I know people that I know people that work there. The video game industry is very politically homogenous, and you would expect it to be what it is. So like you kind of have to go in with eyes open and know that you're supporting products of people that don't like you very much. And if you're comfortable doing that, I think it's too complicated to keep track of all that shit. So I generally don't. But I understand people's impression. I'm not going to boycott Ghost of Yotei. I'm not excited about it, but I'm going to buy it. Any thoughts do you guys want to share about that? I feel like it would be disingenuous for us to not bring up that is happening, but I don't know if you have anything you want to say.
Yeah, I saw some of that going around. And of course, it's people on Blue Sky that think they're in their safe haven, where it's going to, as you were saying, Colin, going to break through. Yeah, it's gross, sucks. But I think I'm in the same spot as you, Colin, where it's like, I have a hard time saying like, okay, well, this one individual said something, and so now it's like the entire company that doesn't represent the entire company. Maybe it represents more than just that one person, but there are so many things that I don't like or find disgusting or whatever, and it's just like, as you were saying, it's so much to keep track of. Last thing I'll say though, totally get it. As we were talking about earlier, if it's a line too far for you, you have to go with your gut. You got to go with what you stand for, and so that makes sense.
I am very curious to see what happens.
Yeah.
I don't know what the right answer is. This is why there's like a certain carelessness and callousness to making your opinions everyone's problem. And like putting Sucker Punch in a position now. It's like, come on, man. Like the game's gold. Like we're supposed to be in like polish mode for patches and figuring out what's next and all the rest. It's supposed to be a celebratory time. Like you're fucking this up for us. The buzz for the game doesn't seem like as high as I would expect. I don't know if that's going to actually affect anything for them or not. I'm sure it's still going to sell millions of copies, but anything you want to share, Chris, before we move
on? No, I mean, I obviously I don't condone anybody celebrating things, but I also just, I generally feel like the internet for a long time now, for like many, many years, has been operating on the fuel of rage bait. Like even just like, I don't know. Today, my DMs were like, my message requests were full of like people chastising me, but they're like their profile picture is like George Floyd memes. You know, like I don't know what to take seriously anymore. Like I think it's in bad taste. I think it's callous, but like I don't give a shit what like an art director thinks. If I think the game looks cool, I'm going to buy the game. That's really, that's really kind of how I feel about it. Like you could say pretty heinous shit. Probably even directly to me. And if I thought the game was like if the director of Doom Eternal was like, Chris, you're gay. I will make it my life's mission to send a SWAT team to your house and kill you. I'd be like, damn, that really sucks. I guess I'll play through Doom Eternal only 5 times.
Yeah, right.
You know, like I just, my bar for that is very just like low in general. Obviously, not in good taste. You shouldn't be doing that if you're working in like a AAA space, especially because it's just like, what do you expect to happen? Like, obviously, that's going to be controversial, and I think even to most normal people, that's a controversial thing to do, to celebrate the death of a person who is, you know, not responsible for. It's one thing for people who are like responsible for violence. Like, I don't care if Osama bin Laden dies. You know what I mean? You know, like whatever. But like, just a guy who's kind of a dickhead who just has like really uncomfortable opinions. Like, I don't know. I think it's, you know, operate with some tact, I guess. If you're in that space, especially.
Yeah, I think, again, I think these products are complex, and so like filtering through everyone's feelings and all the it's just a lot to handle. But I think people, yeah, it's as Dustin said, and I think we all agree, you got to make the decisions that you have to make. And we'll see what happens. I'll be very curious to see if they do anything or what they will do. It is kind of a lose-lose situation, like we were saying earlier, where you kind of have taken a huge hit. Then if you react to that, then you're going to take another hit. It's kind of unfair to everyone involved, and so they should be chastised internally for sure. I mean that I do believe, but whether they should lose their job, I don't really know. And then, or these people, and whether or not people buy the game or not, it's up to you, of course. Wanted to share this news that was going around. This is over from the PlayStation hiring boards, jobboards.greenhouse.io. Sony posted a job listing that's been circulating for a creative director at Bend Studio in Oregon. And what's interesting about this is what they're hiring for specifically. It seems like, I thought this was funny. It says, quote, Sony Bend Studio, renowned creator of Days Gone, Uncharted, Golden Abyss, Resistance, Retribution, and the Siphon Filter series, is seeking outstanding talent to join our passionate and creative family in crafting our next title. We're seeking an experienced and visionary creative director to help lead a project currently in development. This role is responsible for driving the decisions that set the creative vision, quality bar, and emotional tone of the game. In this capacity, you will serve to keep the team informed, aligned, motivated, inspired, and engaged. And there are a bunch of responsibilities. That's fine. The requirements are what I'm more interested in for this story. Quote, demonstrated experience in a senior creative leadership role on at least one shipped AAA or high profile game. And this is the big one. Experience with multiplayer game development and design. Dustin, thoughts?
Well, obviously everyone's jumping to conclusions that they are making a live service game. And that's not unreasonable conclusion to jump to. It's certainly possible. It's also possible that they are designing a game that has multiplayer elements, multiplayer mode. So it's not surprising, especially with Sony's lean towards trying to get multiplayer into games. I mean, even Ghost of Yote has a multiplayer mode. So I think it is a little weird that they have a project in development and they're looking for a creative director, then they're looking outside of their studio. They don't have someone that normally in that type of situation, I think someone from within that's already working on the project would step up to be the creative director. So it seems like the studio has just kind of been in chaos since the fallout of Days Gone. So hopefully they're able to pull it together.
Chris, what are your thoughts? It seems like, I mean, I explicitly making a multiplayer game. I don't know why else that would be in the job listing. So,
yeah.
What do you make of it?
I mean, I wouldn't necessarily sound the alarms. I think, again, Dustin brought up the, Ghost of Yote and Ghost of Tsushima also having like kind of like multiplayer elements to them that were not necessarily the sole focus of the game. I think it's wise to, especially now that it seems like the live service push is, if not dead, at the very least, like de-emphasized. I think it's probably actually pretty wise to maybe, we might actually, I mean, I don't know, man, we might be seeing the return of like an old kind of like, well, hey, look, here's our big tentpole, single player thing that you expect from us. But also, as per Ghosts of Tsushima and Ghosts of Yote, we might dabble in, a way to make these games in and of themselves in a separate capacity, in the same way that like, Legends is technically separate from Ghost of Tsushima. Maybe we'll try to do it that way and get people coming back in almost like a live service light capacity. I think that would be great. I would love that personally. Like I much prefer that to whatever it is that they were doing with Concord and whatever it is that they're doing with Fair Games so far, and So I think that's probably. I can't imagine Bend really committing to a multiplayer game. I just don't know what skill set of theirs would lead them to believe that that's something that they would excel at. Like I feel like Bend is a very particular studio, and multiplayer is not what I would consider for them. But if it is a live service game, then like, all right. I mean, it better be good. Like I don't know what to tell you. It seems like that's a pretty big risk to do now after everything. And we'll see how it shakes up, I guess, with Fair Games. But
yeah, I wonder if what happened is they were making this other multiplayer game for years and they kind of hired for it. And that's kind of what they're built and equipped to do. And it would kind of be silly to change course again and have to shed people and rehire and all of that. So you're kind of leaning into what you're good at now. Because I think Days Gone is old now, and they kind of have squandered the ability to do a sequel that was squandered a long time ago with the people that have long since been gone. But I guess I don't mean to be so flippant with it, but it's like I don't really give a shit anymore. It's like these studios have been so mismanaged that it's like you got to just I have no expectations, and so you have to just show me what you're going to do. There's literally zero. I have zero excitement for what you're doing, and I'm not entirely sure we're ever going to see it. So I wish them the best, but I just it's not even the multiplayer stuff that bothers me, because again, I feel like you can interpret that as them saying like we're starting to construct a multiplayer studio, or at least a studio that can do these kinds of games, and this is what it is now, and this is what we need, and we need that from you a lot more than a single player game and all the rest. I mean, there's a million ways to justify it. I just don't care anymore. I just don't. They should have just made a Days Gone sequel. It's like it's so clear now that that's exactly what they should have done, and they didn't, and I don't necessarily think the game demanded one, and I don't really care personally from a creative level, but certainly they would have gotten it out already, and it probably would have been a pretty big hit because Days Gone did find its footing late. So I don't know. It's unfortunate, and I feel bad for people that work there just because it's not Bend, Oregon is like the middle of nowhere. It's not a place where if you lose your job in games, you can just get another one. Very difficult.
Yeah.
All right. This just happened today, so I don't think you guys had a chance to look at this yet, but I'll walk you through it. Variety published an article. Again, Sony loves talking to these prestige outlets. I don't blame them. I just don't know why they don't talk to anyone else. Excuse me, I have something in my throat. Variety writes, Neil Druckmann on leaving The Last of Us, his new game Intergalactic, and how involved he'll be on season 3. So there's a bunch of stuff here about the show and his decision-making processes or whatever, and people can go read it. I do recommend the article. There's a lot of interesting stuff there about his decision-making in terms of the show and what they were trying to do with it. And I'm kind of tired of talking about the show. But what I'm not tired of talking about, and I'm nowhere near tired of talking about, is Intergalactic, the Heretic Project. So the interviewer asks Neil, quote, so turning to Intergalactic, the Heretic Project, Prophet, I'm sorry. That was a huge announcement for all of you out of the Game Awards last December. You've said Naughty Dog has been working on it since 2020. Where you are in the process right now, and that's actually a typo. Where are you in the process right now? And will we see or hear more about it at one of PlayStation's upcoming State of Play presentations? This is what Neil says. Quote, what can I say and not say? I can tell you we're in the thick of it. We're making it. We're playing it. We're firing on all cylinders. I've said this before, but I really mean it. I'm really feeling it right now. It's the most ambitious game we've ever made. It's the most expansive game we've ever made. Maybe the most expensive by the time we finish it. It's important. Troy Baker is in the game. This is news, I think. And it's been 5 years since I've worked with Troy, and I've got to do it again, and it was a lot of fun to be on stage with him again. As far as when we're going to show stuff, I'm so antsy to show it and talk about it because the trailer that we showed doesn't even scratch the surface of what this game actually is. But announcing a game like this, especially when it's a new IP, especially when it's coming out of Naughty Dog, you've got to coordinate with marketing, with PR, with a bunch of people. So it'd be foolish for me to say when we're going to show something right now. They then ask, quote, you've described Intergalactic multiple times now as having the deepest gameplay in Naughty Dog's history. Can you tease that out a little bit more? And he says, quote, I'm not sure that I can. You could look at our previous titles and see the evolution of going from Uncharted, where we were really cutting our teeth on realistic character action games, third-person shooters, combined with emotional storytelling. With The Last of Us, we added some RPG elements. We started playing with wide linear layouts. Continue that trajectory forward, add sci-fi, and you start to get a sense of what we're doing. And then we've gotten more ambitious than that. So really looking forward to see how it all comes together. I think you're all going to be pleasantly surprised by it. Dustin, some precious morsels in there. Anything you take out that is interesting?
Yeah, I mean, it's not surprising that it's the most expansive, potentially the most expensive game that they've ever done. You can see even early in Uncharted 4, mentioning, what does he say here exactly? The wide linear layouts. I mean, specifically, you think of the Jeep section in Uncharted 4, and then, of course, with Last of Us Part 2, the Seattle parts, which are a little more, I mean, very wide and open, non-linear. I'm starting to wonder if just that this is an open world game, or at least very big, multiple open world levels. And I think with it being a Naughty Dog game, with it being, as he was saying about emotional storytelling and how they're kind of layering on those things, I think it's not going to be like a open narrative type experience. But I do wonder if it's going to have much more open in terms of your objectives, side quests, and just across the board, much more expansive than the more linear games that they've done in the past. Sounds pretty interesting. Makes me more excited for it in a lot of ways, because obviously I love a good linear story-focused game. But I think there are lots of ways you can experiment with that. And if anyone's equipped to do it, it's Naughty Dog.
Chris, thoughts on what Neil had to say here? They're being very buttoned up. I do appreciate their ability to kind of keep a secret. I wonder how long that's going to last.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's not a lot to go on, and to be fair, like it doesn't shed that much light on what we didn't know before. I thought it was funny that like I get it, like it's I get it. It's a big deal. Like you do want to point out that Troy Baker's in the game, but I'm like, I would be more surprised if he wasn't. You know, like,
Yeah,
it's
sure,
like, oh, thanks for that tidbit, I guess. But I don't. I would say this didn't move the needle for me really. Like I'm just like I'm still curious what they're going to do. This doesn't really shine any bit of. I guess we know where they are in development. I guess they're in the thick of it, but that doesn't really. Even that doesn't really shed much light on like when we can expect it, I guess. So like this seems like a very kind of on the surface. It seems like just getting people used to them talking about this as opposed to, you know, The Last of Us or The Last of Us TV show. It seems like them setting up or beginning the cadence of being like, okay, listen, we're transitioning over to this mode now. The Last of Us is done. This is our next thing. And that's what it seems like this is more than anything. It's kind of like setting the groundwork for future interviews and maybe just like setting the ball up for the fact that like this will be the main focus from now on if we ever do interviews. That's what it comes across as to me.
But very curious to see when they're going to really reveal this thing.
Yeah.
The only other thing that I thought was interesting in the interview that people might appreciate is that he kind of confirms, they kind of go by it, but they confirm that there's already like discussions on what to do with Intergalactic as far as like a multimedia IP. And that's not a huge surprise. I would assume that they would want to get that spooled up as quickly as possible. If you really want like a cross media sort of feel, might as well pursue that. But I agree with you, Dustin. I do wonder, I think it's clear that it's some sort of open game. I think now the question is like, what kind of game is it? Are we talking about Fallout or The Witcher or Borderlands or whatever? Star Wars, the Respawn games. I'll be very curious, but I think it's exciting to think that they have kept the secret so far. And again, I wonder if we'll be playing this next year. Maybe a little ambitious. I don't know. All right, so go check out that interview if you want over on Variety. Again, it's called Neil Druckmann on Leaving The Last of Us, his new game Intergalactic, and how involved he'll be on season 3 of the HBO show, of course. So please look forward to it. All right, just a couple more pieces of news I wanted to get through. I thought this was interesting. Video Games Chronicle writes a recent interview that was done with people over at Machine Games. And Machine Games, of course, recently did the Indiana Jones game to some fanfare. I liked it. I didn't love it. I liked it, though. Platinumed it. And the DLC just came out. I don't know if anyone's played it, but out there, I'm sure some people have checked it out. I'm not really that compelled to go through it. What I thought was interesting, and I just wanted to point out here, was in this interview, and I won't read it all to you guys. You can go read it or watch it yourself, but they note that their id's revival of Wolfenstein that began on the PS3 and during the PS3 era with what was that, the New Order, I guess, was the original game, and then the Old Blood was the expansion, and that which was also awesome. And then they did the New Colossus or whatever the hell it was called, which came out in 2017. I want to say that it was planned as a trilogy. It's made me very excited. Chris, would you like to see id finally return? I'm sorry, Machine Games rather finally return to Wolfenstein?
Yeah, I mean, we did just kind of talk about studios returning to old IP.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, it is their bread and butter. It is kind of the thing they know best. I was never that big on the original Wolfensteins, to be fair. Like I always kind of was more of a Doom guy, even with the more the new Colossus and those newer games. But I'm not gonna say no to more Wolfenstein. I think Wolfenstein is cool. Outside of that weird, I mean, we don't talk about Youngblood down here.
Youngblood.
We don't talk about Wolfenstein Youngblood down here.
Yeah, that was rough.
That was pretty bad. Like
I haven't thought about that game in years.
I know.
To the point where I'm almost like, is it time for a reevaluation of Wolfenstein Youngblood?
Oh yeah, it's like a 2-hour video essay. Wolfenstein Youngblood, an unappreciated masterpiece.
Yeah.
No,
This is a good idea for my channel. Maybe I'll do it.
I wanted to like it. I remember getting to the end. What I remember about it is I got to the end and like I couldn't beat it. It's because like I was trapped. I felt like they probably patched it at some point, but I was like trapped where like I couldn't get out to like fix things, level up or whatever. I don't remember exactly what it was. So it was like, yeah, this is. That was also I think Arcane mostly made that game. I think.
It feels like a game made under duress. Like it feels that way. Like it's nothing. None of the systems feel connected. A lot of things feel out of place. I remember there was that mechanic where you could what was it? You could throw positive affirmations at your teammate. Like literally, there was a button and your character would thumbs
That's
up.
right.
It was like, "Good job, Jess.
Right, that's right.
Way to go, Jess. Great job." And I was just like, "Yo, this is not. This feels so wrong in a Wolfenstein game."
That was
Like-
that was when Bethesda was like crumbling basically at that point. That was like
Yeah.
one of the projects that they were doing where it's like, this isn't working for us anymore.
Yeah. That's it. That didn't work for it. That's no good for anybody.
I agree that we talked about moving on. I think the interesting thing about machine games though is, well, we got the Indiana Jones game. My suspicion is that they'll probably do a sequel to Indiana Jones. So that might be what the entire studio ends up doing. Wolfenstein has been in the hands of many different teams. And I remember telling you guys, because I remember talking about it, I don't remember the exact context, that it wasn't until I was like in my 30s that I even realized that there was a Wolfenstein game before Wolfenstein 3D, like the shooter. Whereas like the original game Castle Wolfenstein was like an early 80s like shitty PC game. And then there was a game beyond Castle Wolfenstein in the mid 80s. Then we get the Wolfenstein games that I'm familiar with that I thought it was always began there for some reason. And then and obviously Wolfenstein 3D is an id game. And then Wolfenstein was revived under the Activision banner. And I think Raven made that Wolfenstein game in 2009, which was pretty good. And then Wolfenstein was rebooted again under Machine Games. That was Machine Games' first game. And then they made a bunch of Wolfenstein stuff. And then they moved on to Indiana Jones. So I guess that's a long-winded way of saying like Wolfenstein can go to someone else. But I think it's been long enough now where it would be cool to see more of it. And if they have a third game in mind, the one thing that I think is really impressive with the Wolfenstein reboot that wasn't impressive in the other games, because I've played, I love Wolfenstein 3D, arguably the first person shooter, of course, but that Raven Wolfenstein is good. And there's Return to Castle Wolfenstein, the PS2 shooter. I forgot about that too, because I wrote the guide for that. And it came to Xbox. That's where I wrote the guide for it. There's a really impressive story in it. It's fun and adventurous and interesting. I don't know if you guys remember like Wolfenstein 2, the New Colossus. The Nazis have like a space program. A lot of it takes place in like an aerostat around Venus. It's fucking cool. Like it's super cool. And I think what was cool about, I don't remember if it was the New Colossus took place in like the 70s, right? Something like that.
I think so.
60s or 70s.
The 60s, and then I think the Youngbloods took place in the 80s. So it's cool that they're like getting more modern and more interesting. But I would be curious to see, in other words, how do they plan on wrapping it up? So I hate on them returning to it, especially because by the time a Wolfenstein game came out, it would have been well over a decade and probably closer to 2 decades, and that's plenty of time for anything to go away and come back, in my opinion. So
yeah,
Star Wars would be awesome if it went away every 3 years and just came back. But anything can be overexposed. I think Wolfenstein is the last thing that has been overexposed. But of course, anything I like doesn't get supported. So throw that in the pile. All right. Curious what you guys think about this over on Blue Sky. Matt Piscatella over at Circana tweeted this out because September 9th was the 30th anniversary of the PS1's release in the United States. Of course, it came out in December of 94 in Japan. It was during a time when there was much greater separation in hardware and software releases around geographies, as we all know. So a big event that kind of came and went. And happy birthday to the original PS1. Formidable machine and really, really amazing library of games, as we all know. But he writes, here are the top 20 all-time best-selling games on PlayStation platforms in the US. So this is going all the way back to 95. And he has them ranked by dollars and by units. I think this list is very, very interesting. So here are the dollar ranks. Ready? From 1 to 20. Grand Theft Auto 5, Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2019, Red Dead Redemption 2, Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 2022, Call of Duty Black Ops 6, Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War, Minecraft, Call of Duty Black Ops 3, Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, Guitar Hero 3 Legends of Rock, Marvel Spider-Man, Call of Duty Black Ops 2, Call of Duty Black Ops, Call of Duty World War 2, Call of Duty Black Ops 4, Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 2023, Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3, the original, Marvel Spider-Man 2, Marvel Spider-Man Miles Morales, and Grand Theft Auto Vice City. In terms of units sold, Grand Theft Auto 5, Minecraft, Red Dead Redemption 2, Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2019, Marvel Spider-Man, Call of Duty Black Ops 3, Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War, Grand Theft Auto Vice City, Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 2022, Call of Duty Black Ops 6, Marvel Spider-Man Miles Morales, The Last of Us, God of War 2018, The Elder Scrolls V Skyrim, Call of Duty Black Ops, Rainbow Six Siege, Call of Duty Black Ops 2, Call of Duty World War 2, Call of Duty Black Ops 4. Dustin,
Yeah.
what do you think?
There's one major interesting title on this list that stuck out to me. That's number 10 under dollars. Guitar Hero 3 Legends of Rock.
Yeah, it's interesting.
I'm guessing that has to do with many people. This is, I mean, right at the, maybe not the peak, but as the Guitar Hero craze was taking over and people wanted that wireless Les Paul.
Mm-hmm.
And so the dollar sales is so high because it's that bundle. I remember, I think it was when I was in 8th grade. That is what everyone wanted for Christmas, was the Guitar Hero 3 Legends of Rock bundle with the Les Paul. I did get it that Christmas too, though my dad got a used one. He got the used one, which maybe was a hair disappointing, but I was happy nonetheless. So kind of interesting to see that's up on the list after all these years. The other thing, of course, I mean, the obvious is just that Call of Duty is all over this list.
I think that's the big thing I wanted to note, and I think it's fairly obvious. Like, Sony was really fucking worried about that for a reason.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Yeah, clearly.
I'm not saying it's making or breaking things. Things would bump up, but like, that's a fairly substantial portion of your sales base that was in danger of going to your direct competitor. No wonder they fought it. You know, Chris, do you have anything you want to add?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, guys. I don't want to be telling tales out of school. This might have slipped under your radar, but I can't help but notice Call of Duty's on this list quite a bit. Thought I'd point that out. No, I don't know what to make it. The fact that well, first of all, props to Insomniac. Spider-Man's obviously huge. Hanging in there. Elder Scrolls there. I guess what surprised me, Rainbow Six Siege being there kind of surprises me.
Yeah. Because
I understand intrinsically that that's like a popular game, but it doesn't register to me as a game that would be that close to like Skyrim, you know? Or like even in this, I would have assumed that it was big, but it wouldn't show up on a list like this. So it shows why they really, really invested in that game. I think they relaunched it, right? They did like a whole like revamp of that game somewhat recently, like within the last either a couple months or year. So that's kind of interesting. Guitar Hero is wild, but outside of that, Grand Theft Auto 5, man, absolute juggernaut, insane.
It's really, really crazy. And just in terms of dollar sales, seeing the two of the 3 best-selling PlayStation games of all time, 1 and 3 are Rockstar games. So above and beyond all of the Call of Duty games being on there, which is huge, and obviously will overwhelm the numbers that they have at number 1 and 3. Plus they have, some other stuff on here with San Andreas and Vice City, but that's crazy. The Spider-Man sales, I mean, obviously this puts into focus why the Marvel connection is so important and why they continue to make these games. And I've been very critical of that. I continue to be critical of it, even after seeing these numbers, simply because obviously these are huge sales. Obviously it's great for PlayStation, but these are licenses. And you're splitting a lot of this money. So it's like, yeah, dollar sales of Spider-Man and Spider-Man, Spider-Man 2 being the 18th highest grossing game in PlayStation history is pretty crazy. Spider-Man 2 is not that old. Yeah. It's just that it's gotten time to kind of churn like that really goes to show you how low key that game has sold, like crazy numbers. And I don't know. I have a little something extra to share with you guys, though I didn't put it in here, but he did put up the top 20 best-selling PS1 games.
Ooh.
I'll put it in the chat for you so you can follow along if you'd like. All right. So in dollar sales and units, again, these are separated. Here's the top 20 by dollar sales. And again, this is in the United States. Gran Turismo, Final Fantasy VII, Gran Turismo 2, Crash Bandicoot 3 Warped, Tekken 3, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2, Metal Gear Solid, Crash Bandicoot 2, Cortex Strikes Back, Driver, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater, Resident Evil 2, Spyro the Dragon, Final Fantasy 8, Crash Bandicoot, Frogger 1997, Tomb Raider 2, WWE Warzone, Driver 2, Resident Evil, and Crash Team Racing is number 20. On units sold, this is where it gets kind of interesting. Gran Turismo 2, Crash Bandicoot 2, Gran Turismo 1, Crash Bandicoot 3, Jam Pack Series PlayStation, Frogger is the 6th best-selling game. Spyro the Dragon, Crash Bandicoot, Tekken 3, Driver, Final Fantasy 7, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater, Metal Gear Solid, Namco Museum Volume 3, Crash Team Racing, WWE Warzone, Driver 2, Final Fantasy 8, and Spyro 2. So I find this interesting with the WWE Warzone showing up at 17 in both charts. PS1 just wasn't the wrestling platform. And it's interesting to see like what was the most popular game on the platform, because everyone cared about the N64 wrestling games. No one gave it. In my experience, my friends group anyway, like no one gave a shit about the things that were coming out on PlayStation. It was all about the N64 game. So it's interesting to see that. I wonder what the deal is with that Frogger game. I can see the case in my mind's eye. I didn't realize that must be a pretty cheap game, because I mean there's obviously a lot of copies of it. It is the 6th best-selling PS1 game in the United States. The 6th. This was at a time when everything was physical. So, Dustin, you're gonna chime in here.
My theory about the Frogger is that, first of all, I'm guessing it has a greatest hits copy, and that is such an easy game for grandma. Grandma knows Frogger, or mom and dad know Frogger. That's only $20 for Christmas. Pick that up. You know, maybe he'll play a little bit too or something. So that makes sense. I think I had this game. Ironically, I think I had it on PC of all places. I don't remember it being very good, but I find it interesting. Of course, for me, I'm thinking about the collector aspect of like how many units of these games are out there and how much like units doesn't, or like what the scarcity of it is doesn't necessarily relate to the price. Because like, dude, the Resident Evil games, they're not obscenely expensive PS1 games, but they are definitely up there.
Because there's demand for just the Resident Evil stuff. Presumably.
Yeah, just because the people want that, even if there's a lot of copies out there. Pokemon's a great example, not PlayStation, but there are millions and millions of copies of Pokemon games out in the wild because they sold so crazy. And they are some of the most sought after and expensive Game Boy games, just because when people get into collecting, one of the first things they think of is, oh, I want to recollect the Pokemon games I had. So the demand is definitely there. So thinking about some of these other, like Gran Turismo, you see all the time. It's cheap. Final Fantasy 7, maybe like $40 or $50, I think. But there's millions of copies of those out there too. So kind of an interesting thought experiment.
Yeah, I wonder. It's like it's funny. Like, all right, so I had Final Fantasy 7, Metal Gear Solid, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1 and 2, Final Fantasy 8, Tomb Raider 2, and Resident Evil. So I didn't even have very much. It just goes to show you that I've always been kind of the offbeat consumer, I guess, of a lot of this stuff, because I didn't even give a fuck about half these games at all, like whatsoever.
Dude, this is hysterical, because this is basically my collection. Like looking at it, like with the exception of I think Driver and like the WWE game, but even like there were some sports games that I had. I'm pretty sure I had a boxing game that I don't recall the name of, but I definitely had Spyro 2. I definitely had obviously CTR. Namco Museum Volume 3 is interesting because I did have that. Like I saw that and I was like, that's such a specific thing. I did have a Jam Pack series. Ironically enough, I think Metal Gear Solid is the only game I didn't own. I've only owned Metal Gear Solid recently, like in the last couple years. But everything here, like Tekken, Crash, all the Crash games, Crash Bandicoot 2 being that high is awesome too. And CTR squeaking in there. Crash Team Racing, my beloved. Nice.
A little more information on Frogger, by the way. Frogger was a first-party game made by Cambridge Studio. It was one of their first games. And
I remember it. I had that one.
They made Medieval right after that.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
That's pretty interesting.
I had Frogger. I remember the case of it very distinctly, where it says he's back.
He's back, and he's just looking like a Pixar demo.
Yeah, he's looking scared, a little scared.
Yeah.
He's not that confident about his return.
It was published through Hasbro, which is the IP owner of Frogger, and it says here on Wikipedia, the game was a commercial success. So it came out fall 97. By early 1998, it had sold nearly 1 million units in North America. Worldwide, the game sold 4 million units by May 2000. The PlayStation version sold 3.37 million units in North America, resulting in the game being one of the best-selling PlayStation titles of all time and subsequently seeing a re-release on the Sony's greatest hit lineup. The PC version was also successful, selling almost 1 million copies with less than 4 months on the market. Following the game's launch, an episode of the NBC sitcom Seinfeld was produced titled The Frogger, based on the original arcade game. Hasbro greatly increased production of the 1997 Frogger game to coincide with the Seinfeld episode's original air date, supplying large amounts of Frogger copies to all major American retailers. As of 2001, Frogger had sold 6 million copies. So pretty wild.
The fact that there's a Seinfeld connection, this is hysterical.
Yeah, it makes sense.
I can't believe it.
Colin, do you know someone at IGN? I mean, this would have been way before your time. Adam Douglas.
Yeah, that must have been a freelancer. That's not a name of an editor. That was
he gave it a 2 out of 10, quoting impossibly high level of difficulty, claiming that it results in an unplayable game, one of the worst PlayStation games yet seen.
Wow, didn't matter.
We need more scathing reviews like that from, IGN in particular. Giving something a 2 is unheard of.
Look,
for a game that clearly is playable based on how many millions of people bought it.
I played it. I had it. It's Frogger, dude. Like, it's not like I don't remember having like a particularly difficult time with Frogger PS1. I got to be honest. I was a damn near a fetus basically playing this thing, and I had no issue. So like I'm sure it ran like shit, like everything else in the world at that time, yeah. I guess. But I don't know. Unplayable is kind of that's a bit much. Stand out.
Related to the sales information there, I just thought I'd throw this in because it's kind of linear. PlayStation Store released their August 2025 top downloads for the US. Europe as well, but we just read the US numbers just to keep things kind of even. Madden NFL 26 was the most downloaded game on PS5 for the month of August. Not a huge surprise. Ready or Not, number 2. Game is selling extremely well and seems to be finding a huge audience. Mafia: The Old Country slotted in at 3. Awesome game. Gears of War Reloaded at 4. Not a huge surprise, I guess. Good performance. It is only the first game. College Football 26 at number 5. Snake Eater at number 7. Forza Horizon at 9. Helldivers at 11. Anything else interesting? Oh, yeah. 2019, 18, 17, 16. Midnight Murder Club, number 15. So maybe more, I'm not saying a huge player base, but the PC numbers, I think, are probably a little deceptive of how this game is doing, and maybe puts a little more light into why they're choosing to support it, because there seems to be a more PlayStation centric audience there. So there is that as well. It's also cheap. So I don't think this is on dollar sales, but on cumulative downloads. Grounded, by the way, number 19, the first one. So obviously a lot of interest in that game, as the second game is in early access on Game Pass and on PC right now. So people can go check that out, but nothing else too interesting here on the list.
What is Car X Street?
I don't know. Let's see.
I looked it up. I'm looking at the Steam page.
Conquer mountains, roads, highways, and city streets. Build your dream car. It is a pay for game.
Yeah, $20. Looks all right. I've never heard of it in my life.
Yeah, me neither.
Yeah.
Street racing, high speeds, and adrenaline pumping action. All this is waiting for you in Sunset City. So it's all fake cars, I guess. Things will get cheaper if you don't have to pay all these licenses, like for fucking brake pads and shit.
Yeah.
Okay. Finally, before we move into what we're playing, and then we'll end with inquiries from the audience, PlayStation Plus game catalog games are going to be added as of September 16th, my mom's birthday, my mom's 75th birthday. The game catalog will be updated with the following. And of course, the game catalog is available on PlayStation Plus for the extra and premium tiers. So the silver and gold level tiers, not for those normies like me that are on the regular base model where we only get our free games every month. This is for the actual game catalog. So big ones here. WWE 2K25 is coming to PS5 and PS4. So there's that. Persona 5 Tactica. I forgot that game existed. Did you play that, Dustin?
Nope.
That's surprising.
I'm not interested.
I actually played it a little bit. It was
Did you-
good from what I
yeah.
remember. I just, it's Persona. I didn't know
You're
what
not
the fuck was
interested.
going on.
I'm surprised you're not interested.
I'm kind of tired of the Persona 5 crew.
Gotcha.
I played some of Strikers. I mean, in between playing Persona 5 regular, Persona 5 Royal, I watched some of the anime. I'm just, I love it. I absolutely love it, but I don't need a spinoff, and I don't need any more spinoffs.
Green Hell comes to PS5 and PS4. Open world survival simulator set in a unique and uncharted setting of the Amazonian rainforest. I know something you're looking forward to, Chris. Fate Samurai Remnant.
Oh, you
It's
know
coming
it.
to PS5 and PS4. The fourth year of the Kaiyan era Edo period.
Ooh. Sign me up.
Crow Country is out. I platinumed Crow Country last year. I think it's a really charming and interesting game if you're into PS1 era horror games. Pretty interesting title. The Invincible comes to PS5, and Conscript, survival horror game. And then only one edition for PlayStation Premium for classics, but a fairly big one, Legacy of Kain Defiance, the PS2 game, will be available via PS5 and PS4. I assume that will be available a la carte as well. Anything here for you guys? Nothing here for me, I don't think, this month, because I did play Crow Country. That would have been the only game I would really give a shit about.
Conscript seems kind of interesting. They have a long description there, but the quick Steam one says, during the First World War, a lone French soldier must navigate twisted trenches, scavenge for limited supplies, and solve complex puzzles, all while fighting for survival in the midst of mankind's most brutal and horrifying conflict. So that sounds kind of interesting subject matter. And the graphics are kind of cool. It's like almost like PS1-esque. Interesting. Okay, maybe I might give that a download. So other than that,
yeah.
then nothing else.
Please do.
Yeah.
Anything for you, Chris, before we move on?
Maybe Crow Country. I did play the demo and I liked it. I just never got around to playing it. And
Yeah,
so
it's a
I'll
cool
probably
game.
I remember liking it. I don't know. I think there was other stuff happening at that time. It just pulled me away from it. I was like, But if it's going to be there, I would like to say that I'm probably going to check out Legacy of Kain Defiance, but I don't know. I only really have a history with Legacy of Kain Soul Reaver. I tried Blood Omen, and it's a very different video game. It's a very different video game. And so I don't even know what the fuck Legacy of Kain Defiance is at its core, like what genre it is or whatever. Maybe I'll check it out. I do like Soul Reaver a lot, but Crow Country's looking like the main one for me. Everything else I just I either played a little bit of it already or just straight up have no interest in. Definitely not going to play WWE 2K25. I'll tell you that much.
Right on, brother. All right. Let's get into what we're playing. I'll go quickly and then we can get into what you guys have to say. First of all, John wrote in and said, Colin, how fucking awesome is Chronos? I'm playing through it now and find it to be incredibly high quality and have a top tier survival horror atmosphere. Please give us 10 to 15 minutes on this. Thank you. I haven't played it yet. The trophies have been broken in it. The trophies were fine and then got broke by a patch. I will probably start playing it this weekend because I think it might be fixed now. I just thought this was a funny anecdote, is that I was up so late a couple nights ago watching The Gilded Age with Micah. It was literally 4:45 in the morning and we were on the HBO app on PlayStation, and in the corner of it, it pops up. It's like Chronos updated version 1.05. And I'm like, oh, so that's nice. So I was watching The Gilded Age and I saw that Chronos is fixed. I just serendipitously saw that. So I think I'm going to be ready to get into that soon. I think it looks awesome. So I'll have more to say about that next week. I platinumed RoboCop Rogue City Unfinished Business. Fairly straightforward. If you liked the original RoboCop game from Teon and Nacon, then I do recommend you maybe check this out. $30 is a little steep. It is fairly long for being an expansion, but it's not great. But it's just more RoboCop. It's fun. I think it would be much more appropriate at 20 or even less than that. And then I've been spending a lot of time with everybody's golf hotshots. I've been very interested in this game because a lot of people really don't like it. Dante B wrote in and said, good day, my sweets. Hotshots Everybody's Golf has been an all-time favorite PlayStation franchise for me and has been since 1999 with the second game on PS1. Claphands has developed basically every entry in the franchise for over 20 years. Claphands is Hotshots and Hotshots is Claphands. So when I saw there was a change in developer, I tried to be cautiously optimistic. But what an unmitigated disaster this is. Even if the game weren't a completely bug-riddled mess, the courses are bland, the characters are boring, and the robust online community features are built out, and Everybody's Golf on PS4 and World Invitational on Vita have been completely gutted. Hell, they even changed the control scheme, which has been consistent for decades, with no way to change it back or remap the controls beyond some presets. I have no idea how the scores for this game, while not amazing, are as high as they are. I don't remember the last time I was this disappointed in the game. What say you? Did something go insanely wrong here, or are my fanboy expectations just too sky high? The answer is that I don't really know, because I'm not familiar enough with Hot Shots Golf over time to really know too much about it. The one I got most into was the Vita launch game, which I specifically played in Japanese because we had it early or whatever, and it wasn't translated yet. So I think I would rent Hot Shots Golf, and as I've said, I was just so much more into Nintendo sports, like light sports games at that era. So Mario Golf on N64 and Mario Golf on GameCube, these were formidable games for me as a kid and a young adult. And so I just don't have the insight into Hot Shots about what people have a problem with comparable to the previous games, because I just don't know them like that. What I will say is that I like it. Maybe it's just very straightforward and different for a lot of, I know, Dustin, you said something about the character creator 2 being removed or something of this nature. And people have written about that, obviously. I find the emphasis on story a little strange. You can skip it, but I like just unlocking the characters, upgrading my characters, getting to different courses, doing the different circuits. So I'm just kind of dicking around with it, and I like it just fine. I don't think it's like amazing or anything like that, but I have no problem with it. Now, that's a little bit incomplete because there are major technical issues with it. And what I find weird about this is that I only experience the technical issues really on one console. On my PS5 Pro downstairs, the game works pretty much fine. On the PS5 here in my office, it doesn't function. And we showed this actually on the stream. If you guys checked out the stream, you can check it out now in VOD on Patreon. But when we streamed Kingdom Hearts for the second time, in the beginning of that stream showed the bugs I was experiencing in Everybody's Golf because I thought they were so weird. And basically the bugs I was experiencing were twofold. One is that the game wouldn't count strokes properly, so that I got credit for an albatross on a so there's like birdies and eagles and holes in one or whatever. Albatross is, I think, shooting 2 under or something like that? No, that's an eagle. It's like shooting 3 under maybe. Like you need to be on a 6 par hole, I think. Like some things I've never even done. Like I'm not that good at the game. And I got, and this is one of the rarest trophies in the game, and they just gave it to me. Or like you would hit a ball and it would just go out of bounds and say out of bounds, but it's on the grass, and then you would like get a stroke penalty or whatever. But the biggest thing I had was that the game, the CPU players will not go.
That's awesome.
They'll just stand
That's
there.
real?
It's real to the point. And so this is where it gets interesting, in my opinion. I formatted this PS5. I was like, there's got to be something wrong with just the way, like I've deleted the pack. Like first I deleted it, re-downloaded it, all the obvious things. And I'm like, there's got to be just something wrong. And I've read in some places they're like, people are like, it's the save. And I'm like, that can't be right because the save works downstairs. Fine. It works fine. But when I transfer it to the cloud and then try to play it on Portal through this PS5, the game's all wonked out. So I fucking rebooted, like just factory reset the PS5, went through the whole rigmarole of getting myself back on the console, and then downloaded the game to the same problem. I find this peculiar, but it is an accurate reflection of my experience personally. So yeah, that's kind of where I'm at on the game. Is I'm enjoying it, but it doesn't seem like Hot Shots Golf like real OG fans like it. And it is true that it's not Clap Hands anymore. Clap Hands was not the original developer of Hot Shots Golf. I think you alluded to that in your letter, Dante. They came on with the second game, but of course they've been doing the game forever since then, and some falling out, I guess, with Sony. I honestly think it has something to do with the kind of the destruction of Japan Studio, and they were kind of one of the liaison studios that worked through them. So I think that probably has more to do with it than anything else. They make their own golf game though, don't they? Clap Hands?
It's called like Easy Come Easy Golf.
Yeah, that's right. And
it was on Switch and mobile.
That's an awesome name.
Yeah.
They should bring it over. I mean, this is the time now. I mean, if people are this upset,
Yeah.
The game I saw is outselling on Switch. There's a Switchboard of this game, which is interesting because this is a licensed game. The Sony owns Hot Shots Golf, and they license it to Bandai. So not unlike Patapon, not unlike Freedom Wars, it has come to PC and Switch as well. And it seems like the Switch version is doing fairly well in Japan, comparable to the PlayStation version. Perhaps not a huge surprise, but that's my thought on it now. I don't have anything else to add on it because I just don't know the series like that. And I was looking forward to it as a Portal game to kind of play as an accompaniment to football. And it's worked out fairly well like that. But I have been surprised by how much I've been sucked into just playing it straight up on a TV. I've probably played it for 20 something hours at this point. To the point where I said to Micah, I'm like, I don't even know why I'm playing this really. Like, it's like I'm just fucking golfing with like these different anime characters that I'm unlocking. So, but I enjoy it. It's a little expensive, I guess. It's $40.
Yeah.
So those are my thoughts there. All right. So let's move on to you, Dustin. And actually, yeah. So it says here you're playing the finals and Hell Is Us. Start with the finals and then go into Hell Is Us. Actually, and we'll start here with Doug Abair's inquiry. He says, hey, fellas, just wanted to give a big shout out to our boy, Dustin. I've been playing the finals since day one and always wondered why more content creators didn't bring more attention to this game. A game that's simple on the surface, but it has a deep layer of strategy, insane destructibility, and physics. There's absolutely nothing like stealing a cash out with only 10 seconds left while a building is crumbling down around you and bullets are flying everywhere. Thanks again for doing your part to raise awareness for this truly excellent game, and I'll see you out there in the finals.
Yeah. I am fully in on the finals, boys. It is my new obsession game right now. And I don't know if I mentioned this last week when I talked about it briefly. I randomly decided to play this game because... and I don't even watch this YouTuber that much. It's Moist Critical. I think I did mention this. Had a video about how it was like super slept on. I was like, okay, that's kind of interesting. And because I clicked that video, YouTube recommended me another video about the finals. And I watched it. And I was like, oh, you know what? I didn't really give this game very much of a chance. I remember that when I played it when it came out, I remember feeling overwhelmed by it just because there's a lot of abilities, a lot of the rule set, like the main game mode cash out is unlike any other first-person game mode, shooter game mode that I've ever played. So it's a lot to take in. When we played for the first time, we were playing, and I mentioned this last week, the King of the Hill mode. And that was much easier for me to get my feet wet with this game, where it's like, okay, well, stand on the platform. And so that let me kind of figure out the different abilities of the game. Well, since last week, I have actually gone in and played the cash out mode, the mode that this game is known for. In particular, I think it's called World Tour is the mode right now. So World Tour, I believe there are 8 teams that start, and it's a tournament bracket. So there are 2 rounds going on simultaneously initially, where there's 4 and 4. And your goal is to be first or second. And then if you're in first or second in one of those games going on, then you go to the next bracket where it's just 4 teams in total. And then you go 1v1 versus another team. And last night, so the new season just dropped. So all the normies are back in. When I tried playing a few days ago, we were getting absolutely wrecked because it's just the people that are there all the time. We're trying to get into it. When we played last night, we won 3 full tournaments in a row. And that's where I was like, man, this game is absolutely awesome. And I tweeted about it last night and someone asked me, I can't remember who, like, what about this game draws you to it? And I was trying to think about why, what is it about the finals that is different? I think, first of all, it appeals to a lot of the things I like in first-person multiplayer games where there's a lot of verticality. But more importantly, there is such a wide array of how you can choose to play this game. So my main way of playing is that I am a medium build. So there's lights, mediums, heavies. I think I explained that last week, where I'm kind of focused on supporting my team. So I have like a healing beam, which is kind of like Overwatch Mercy, where when we go in, we steal a cash out, we're protecting it. I can kind of heal everybody up. I have jump pads, which is very important for the heavy on my team because they're the least mobile. So I can kind of help them out with that. And when you really start to figure out and learn these classes and learn what each person is supposed to do or what works for you, that's when the magic of the game really happens. And it's just been so cool because I'm like learning so many strategies. A lot of multiplayer games, you think like obviously the most basic is team deathmatch. Get more kills than the other team. It's like, okay, easy enough. There's not necessarily even a lot of strategy in that. It's just be good at the game. Then you get more advanced with like either territories or capture the flag, which has a lot more strategy. This cash out mode has so much depth to it and so many layers of strategy where you could be a middling player in terms of your FPS skill, but if you know how to prioritize correctly in this game, you can win. And Doug mentions here, there's nothing like stealing a cash out with only 10 seconds left. Dude, this game is like the peak dopamine hit where you're like, you steal the cash out, you get the money, and you're like, man, this other team must fucking feel like shit right now. And it feels so good.
It's griefing, basically. It's crazy.
Oh, yeah. And there's times too where you're like, man, this other team can outplay us. If it was a 3v3 team deathmatch, we would probably lose. But we have a better strategy and a better prioritization of what we need to do in the match, whether it's like, okay, we need to throw this in. Where do we have people stand? If someone dies, do I revive them or do I go try to steal? It's all of these different decisions at once that really add to the strategy of the game. So my recommendation, if any of this is interesting to you, is if you play the game first and you have no idea like about this cash out mode, try the King of the Hill or even the team deathmatch mode. Start with that, because when I first played, I went in and there's so much to take in. Like, which class should I play? There's all these different equipment that you can load in, all these different weapons. It's overwhelming in addition to all the different strategy elements that I was mentioning. So just go in, play the basic modes, and start to learn about the game. And you're good. And then as you start to play, you're like, whoa, this game has so many different ways to play it. This is pretty sweet. Then you want to get into cash out, and you definitely want to play with people you know. Solo queuing, I've done it once and it wasn't pretty. It might be a little better now with so many more people playing because the new season just dropped. But yeah, it feels like this game is like totally slept on. Apparently it's been highly improved and balanced since launch. So maybe if you played it at launch and you weren't into it, now's the time to jump back in. But I really can't recommend it enough. I absolutely love it. And who knows? Maybe I'll stream it at some point. Though I'm always skeptical about streaming like high skill FPS games. I'm not that good. Even though we won those 3 games, as soon as I start streaming, it's Jover. It's not happening. So, so yeah, the other game that I've been playing is Hell Is Us, and I think there's 3 acts, and I'm almost to the end of Act 2. I'm assuming Act 3 is kind of like the wrap up of the game. And I'm excited to talk to Chris about it because this game is not perfect. In fact, there are many things about the game that annoy me. But as we talked about on the show many, many months ago at this point, I think it was when it was revealed in State of Play, we talked about the PlayStation blog post where the game director was talking about player plattering. We were making fun of that term, the player plattering, where it's like other games hand everything to a player on a silver platter. We're player plattering by leaving it up to the player to figure things out. And it's a really bold design decision where this game doesn't necessarily give you clear objectives, doesn't necessarily tell you where to go. You have to use a compass at certain points, or you need to use context clues. And I could definitely see that being a turnoff for a lot of people. But as I'm playing, I'm like, man, I have never played anything quite like this before. And they don't always get it quite right. There's definitely points in the game where I'm like, dude, not having a map right now fucking sucks. I'm in a fucking dungeon and I'm just running around in circles and I don't know where to go. And so even when I do figure it out, it's not necessarily satisfying. It's just frustrating. But their unwavering dedication to this idea to the point where the game there's a warning at the beginning of this game. It's like, this game does not have a map. This game is not going to tell you what to do. Find the satisfaction in figuring it out. Is pretty neat. The combat could be better. It's really, really repetitive now that I'm much later into the game. But it's serviceable. And I'm willing to forgive it for its creative, bold direction. So, Chris, I think you're playing it as well.
Mm-hmm.
I'm really curious what you think about it. And the other thing, just real quick, sorry, I wanted to touch on this, is just that this game is dark as fuck.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
this is a deeply dark game dealing with groups of people that hate each other to the point of like mass murdering, genocide shit going on. And seeing all the people in between. It's very interesting. So, Chris,
Yeah.
what do you think?
Yeah, it's it feels like presciently depressing, which is unfortunate, but I think yeah, man, like I love a game like this where, you know, this is like one of the best. It's almost like this is one of the best. But like, this is one of the best 7s I've ever played. You know what I mean? Where like I just feel like the combat is entirely fine. It's not particularly deep. It's not particularly complicated. It actually feels fairly old. Not necessarily in like a negative way. Like it's not a bad way, but it's just like it definitely feels like an older style of combat. There's no jump button, which feels kind of weird. There's invisible walls, you know, in the open zones anyway. But this commitment to this, like, yeah, no map, we're not going to tell you what to do, figure out, remember conversations that you've had and just really pay attention. It's really engaging. And it's engaging in a way that I don't feel many games are, because a lot of games just kind of resort to, you know, obviously and for good reason, the standard kind of player, you know, carrot on a stick kind of like, oh, here's a ladder with white paint over it. You know, there's none of that in this. And the compass you have to use, and a lot of the puzzles aren't even really clearly defined. You just have to kind of figure. There's an early puzzle in the main narrative with a couple of paintings, basically, that when you figure it out, it feels like, oh, like you feel really smart for figuring it out. And it's like, it's weirdly rewarding because it asks you to pay attention to things deeper than you normally would. And I love it. I think it's really cool. I'm still pretty early on. I don't think I'm nearly as far as Dustin is, because I've been splitting my time with SIlksong, but and Metal Gear Solid. But I'm like, I think about it a lot, and it's sticking around in my memory. And I'm really engrossed with it. I'm impressed by it in a lot of ways. I still find the main character's hair like really awkward. I have that hat on constantly because it's just like, what is this 12-year-old's hair doing on this clearly 40-year-old man? It's really strange. But it's just, there's something special here. I think this is like a really good proof of concept, or like it's a very good first attempt at whatever this thing could be in the future. And like if this does well and they get enough support to make another one, that's going to be the one that I'm going to be like, yo, I gotta see what the fuck they're doing, because I'm expecting this to be somewhat compromised as I'm playing it, because I could tell, like, yeah, okay, the combat's it's somewhat shallow. You know, I've heard things about the story that I won't get into now, but I guess that has a bit of a dropped ball kind of quality to it for some people. But the game design here is really good. The puzzle design here is definitely could be improved, but is very engaging, and I appreciate it. I don't know. I really dig it. It's definitely not the best game I've ever played, but it's probably one of the more unique games I've played in probably the last several years, as far as it's just commitment to what you have to do and the things you have to remember. I got into the habit of like taking notes and like sketching out, like, oh, I got to remember that rune. And so I'll sketch out the rune on like a notepad. And I love when a game like lets me do that, or like makes me do that. It feels more engaging and cool, but it's definitely not going to be for everybody. There's definitely going to be people who are going to play this and they're going to be lost within the first minute or the first hour or two. And then they're just going to be like, I don't know. I actually wonder how lost you can get, like at certain points, because I'm just like, man, I don't know how I figured this out. Like sometimes it feels like just by by sheer coincidence, I'm like, oh, okay, so this is where I'm supposed to be. Good, but it's engaging and very cool. But yeah, I'm still fairly early. I think I'm like 8-9 hours in or something. So I'm sure there's more to go. And I guess the rest of it, I've been playing Metal Gear Solid Delta. I already beat it, but I'm trying to go through. I'm trying to do the extreme difficulty. I'm trying to do it no kills, because I really was. I felt like Frank Reynolds. My first playthrough, I was just blasting. If I got caught, I was blasting. If the alert went off, everyone was dying, and it really made that, like, what is it, the I can't remember what was the boss battle with all the consequences, I should say.
Oh, the sorrow.
Yeah. That was
rough.
That was really brutal for me, until I realized, like, oh, I didn't even have to do this. But so I'm going through it again. I haven't killed anybody, which is good. Although I don't see, games like this are interesting because, like, I love how in depth they are. I think Metal Gear Solid 3 is, like, surprisingly, there's a lot to it that I didn't really engage with the first time around. Like in my first playthrough, I almost never like walked up behind an enemy and did the freeze mechanic. I don't think I ever did that to shake them loose for supplies or whatever. I didn't do that once. And like other things like that. But there are these moments where I'm like, oh, this game's really impressive and it's really in depth, and there's so many of these interlocking systems. And I remember I tranquilized a guy on a pier and he fell in the water asleep. And I was like, oh, fuck, he drowned. And so I checked the little stat. And then I was like, oh, no, he's fine. I was like, what? And then I looked this up and he was like, yeah, it doesn't count. I'm like, well, what?
Yep.
Why?
I did the same thing happened to me too, where I was like, fuck, because I would constantly check that as well. Yeah, explosions and drowning do not kill them for some reason. So like if you blow up like a barrel, you could actually kill them. Right. And there's no consequence. Yeah. Like
it seems like it's like I guess like what I read was that it counts as like an incidental casualty of war or whatever, and I'm just like, I definitely killed that guy. Like he's definitely waterboarding. Yeah, it's like as if you punch someone and they landed face down in a puddle and he dies. It's like, well, you killed him. You know? Yeah. So that's kind of like confusing me a little bit, because I was like, all right, well, I don't know how intricate these systems are. I'm thankful for it, because I've definitely abused the shit out of that. I've definitely been walking people up to piers and tranquilizing the shit out of them. Like, why would you not? I guess it also doesn't count if they fall off a cliff as well. It's hysterical. But I'm deep into it now, into my second playthrough. I'm fighting the end right now. And I gotta be honest, this is where I'm like, kind of like, fuck, I'm thinking about just waiting. I'm thinking about just waiting out the clock. Because I'm just like, I don't want to waste ammo on this. I know I can just be patient. But, and I already beat him the first time, so whatever. But I have a new appreciation for Metal Gear Solid 3 that I didn't have before, I think. Because I think I liked the overall simplicity of Metal Gear Solid 2, and I think I probably still maybe like Metal Gear Solid 2 more, although the new controls for Delta really help, unquestionably. There's a lot here that I just appreciate more, like the camouflage system. I used to think it was tedious to eat food and, tend to your wounds and, change the camouflage. And it is, but it's tedious in the same way that, like banging your head against a puzzle in Hell Is Us is tedious, where like it is, but it's satisfying to engage with, to get like the proper camouflage and to trick people in an effective way and lure people with like magazines, and using the porn magazines is very fun. I didn't do that at all the first time. I agree with what you were saying, that I appreciate it more now that I played it non-violently and did like a Foxhound run than I did. I went back and even listened to a little bit of the knockback episode I did 5 years ago, or whatever, with Dagan on it, where I was like, it's good. I like the enemies, but I have this problem. I think it's such a clean experience now on PS5, and the controls are much improved, making the game much more playable. And yeah, the non-violent stuff and all the different options, there are just little things everywhere where it's like, this game is really somewhat brilliant, actually. And just the idea, like just the Sorrow boss fight, like you said, like that entire idea is just really smart.
that idea alone is
right. Yeah.
and there's like a lot of those, and it's like killing yourself and using like the fake
The
death
pill,
pill and
that there's like many ways to get out of that. And I remember I remember there's a building where you have to disguise yourself as a scientist, and I just put the clothes on and I walked up to a guard and he was like, "Who the fuck are you?" And I was like, "Oh," and then I turned and I still had face paint because I didn't notice.
Right,
I was
right.
like, "Oh, well, that of course that looks really
the,
bad."
the costumes, like the disguises, are really, really fun. Different weapon selection is really fun. The bosses are really fun, and I just wish we got to know the Cobra unit better. I mean, that's a major complaint of mine in the game, but just the idea that like I don't want to ruin it. It is 20 years old, but like what you can do to one of the bosses before you ever fight him.
Yeah,
like there's a moment where it's like there's so much.
It's amazing.
Yeah, it's incredible. It
It's
really
very
is.
impressive. We'll talk more about it when we do our cast on it, but
Cool.
It's very good. I really appreciate it. I'm trying to get all the trophies at this point because I'm just like, so why not? Like I'm kind of there anyway. Although I do realize that I missed one of the collectibles in the there's like the first fight with Ocelot. There's one that I missed, and I'm just like and I looked at the save that I had, and it was just too early. And I was like, I'll just do it again sometime in the future. And
I was really careful about the collectibles. They're like shootable collectibles, and basically each map has one of each. But I was less careful in like food and animals and stuff, and you have to get all that as well. But I serendipitously had I would make a new save slot like every hour, and I serendipitously had like a save files that appropriately got me to where I needed to go. The one trophy that actually was most annoying, and I did have a save to get it, but it took a while, was you have to like hold up an enemy and get him to give you the radio codes for a fire, like a fire support or whatever, and it's only certain guards that will do that. So that's a little annoying, but it is different than having to like. I was telling Micah, I'm like, dude, if they remake Metal Gear Solid or Metal Gear Solid 2, there will certainly be trophies attached, as there were in the remasters, of getting all of the dog tags in Metal Gear Solid 2 or Metal Gear Solid 1. You have to, so you literally, it's not about avoiding or knocking out enemies in that game. It's like you have to shake every one of them down. And
it's crazy.
That's hard as fuck. And that's the thing, is I just never, because Metal Gear didn't control well. I think I said this last week, because Metal Gear was always kind of a struggle to control. I never played it at a high level because it was like, oh, I'm just glad to get through it on normal and experience the story and have fun with the combat. But now you can really finally play it. Like you can really play it like a third person shooter.
Yeah.
It's great. And not killing anyone is really challenging, and it brings the full game out.
Yeah. It makes it a real stealth game. Because like every playthrough I was usually pretty good, but then like there was always that mountaintop area where I would always get found. I'm just like, I'm blasting. It's fine. But the one thing I'm struggling with is like I can't seem to throw a fucking poisonous. There's like a trophy for throwing a poisonous creature at like I don't know how that works.
It has
I feel
to be
like
alive.
Oh,
okay. I want to make sure it was like one of the caged ones.
No, I wasn't throwing meat.
Yeah, I just didn't know if that was maybe your confusion. Yeah.
No, I got it, but like it doesn't. I don't know. I'll look up a guide or something, because like I feel like I'm doing it correctly, but like it just doesn't.
There's a great
they
place.
Don't care.
There's a great place to do it in the very beginning. You know how you do the virtuous mission. So you just blast through the virtuous mission, then you're back in like where you were, and there's like a Cobra or something right in that area, and you can do it like right away. So it's easy to do like right off of a new save.
Yeah, I'll do it when I go through it again. But yeah, that's that. And then SIlksong, I bit the bullet. I was like, why not? You know, it's cheap. I'll try it out. I didn't get too far in the original Hollow Knight. It kind of filtered me. I just felt like it was too. I'm very movement oriented when it comes to these games, and I'm just like, I felt like I just was not making progress fast enough to getting like dashes and movement mechanics in the first game. So I just kind of put it down. SIlksong is way better paced, in my opinion, in that sense. Like it kind of gets you to the cool shit a little bit faster. It's a little bit more punishing. These runbacks are the runbacks to the bosses are like, it's something else. Like it's easily the hardest part of losing to a boss is just having to walk all the way back, and it's like it is kind of a miserable experience. I'm surprised that I guess I'm not surprised that it's here. I guess I'm surprised that it's here, given even FromSoft has kind of evolved away from that, at least with Elden Ring, where like they usually have like, oh, there's a site of grace like right outside, and it doesn't even cost any money. Like in SIlksong, it costs money. Like it costs like a currency that you can lose to open some of these save points, and like I don't know, man. It gets pretty gratuitous at certain points, but it plays like exceptionally well. It's very good. It is more Hollow Knight, but like a little bit better in my opinion. So it's not earth shattering or like surprising, but it's some good 2D combat. It's really well paced. The movements are really, really good. Like it's really like flowy and really sticky. Certain fights have had me tilted, which is fine. I accept that I've died definitely like 20 plus times to this bird boss kind of somewhat early on, where I was just like, I earnestly hate this creature. Like earnestly, like I feel hatred. And there's some times where like I feel like hitboxes are a little like, well, I wasn't really touching him, and I did hit his wing, and you're not letting me have it. That's okay.
Yeah.
That's neither here nor there. But I notice.
Yeah, I hate that shit. I hate bad hitboxes in TV.
But it's not as bad as I'm making it seem. It's very, very good. It's very satisfying to control. There's a lot of satisfying platforming in there that involves like kind of, I love that I saw people struggling with this where it's like there's like a kind of like a downward diagonal kind of swipe that you use to platform, and it is kind of jarring, but like I love it. I think it makes it so much more precarious and so much more interesting. But I'm still pretty early on in that too. I'm only like maybe 8 or 9, maybe 7, 8 hours into it. Progressing at my pace, which for Metroidvanias is probably slow. So I'm probably not nearly, that game time probably means nothing because there's probably somebody who played it for like 5 hours and is way further than me because they're just better. But it's really good. It's a steal for $20. It's exceptional. The music is fantastic. The characterization is great. Like I like these characters that I'm meeting. I love the art design, and just the world design is very, it's like somber, but elegant. I think the first game was a little bit more dire for me. Like it was a little bit more like monotone, and this feels like it's still kind of grimdark, but like there's still a lot of color and accents and really creative enemy designs and really creative ways to interact. And I love that there's a parry mechanic, but it's not really a dedicated like, oh, parry. It's just kind of attack at the right moment, and it counts as a parry. I think that's like engaging and cool, and it feels a little bit more immersive that way than it does to feel like, oh, I have to press the parry button now. It actually feels like you're actually like, you know, hitting an attack away with your attack button. There's little things like that make the game really good. But yeah, I mean, SIlksong, pretty good. I'm impressed. I'm happy with it. I personally don't think it's game of the year quite yet. But it's very good. And it, like I said, it's just for $20, like I really can't recommend it highly enough. It's very good.
I'll get to it eventually. There's too many games on the, I mean, I definitely want to play it. I liked Hollow Knight a lot, but it's been a while since I have played that. So yeah, Stained. Funny enough, I named last week's episode after a Stained song.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the song Fade, which I'm a big fan of.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's get into 6 questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas and wrap this show up over on patreon.com/laststandmedia. You support us, get a bunch of different perks. Part of that is getting access to the weekly news, the weekly thread in the newsfeed. Sorry, I'm like totally shot today. And you put your inquiries in there. I comb through them, and we talked about this very extensively earlier in the show if you're unfamiliar. And I put 6 more at the end of the show here that we can finish up with, and we'll move fairly quickly here. John Arola wrote in and said, "Hey, Colin, with Portal season in full effect, have you ever checked out the officially licensed Power A charging dock for the Portal? I got to say, it really makes the Portal pop sitting on top of my entertainment center and fits right next to the real to my PS5. Reminds me a lot of the old official Vita dock too. Plus, it lets my house guests know who the real pro gamer is." I don't have this. I wanted to bring this up because do you guys ever buy these kinds of like display accessories? Charging accessories, docks, things of this nature. I've never bought one. Sometimes I would get them for free when I was in media. A good example is I got a really great like holder for my original PSVR that was like a little head kind of forehead thing. You put it over it. It was kind of cool. The Vita dock I got, obviously, but I never like have bought any of those things. So it's just not something that I'm attracted to, though I think it's probably very cool. I honestly just have my Vita just sitting on a table, like my coffee table. Or not my Vita, my Portal. Do you guys buy these? Do you guys ever invest in these kind of these charging accessories or these display accessories that heighten the visual.
I do have the DualSense charging dock. I actually have 2 of them because one of them came with the Pro anniversary one, which is good because I have 4 controllers. And that's extremely convenient, especially because the DualSense dies all the time. So to just be able to plop it, I have it right next to where I sit, plop it down, charge it up, you're good to go for next time. I have the Steam Deck dock. That's just a horrible thing to say, Steam Deck dock. It kind of sucks. But I don't know if it's the dock's fault or if it's the Steam Deck just not really being well designed to be plugged into a TV. I've had a bunch of issues with it over the year or so that I've had it. So I don't necessarily recommend that. Now I have my downstairs PC set up, so I don't even need to plug my Steam Deck into a TV really at all. I don't need a Portal dock because I just don't really use the Portal that much. I have the PSVR the controller dock as well, which I haven't used my PSVR in months. So I guess I've owned a dock or 2.
Oh, I've docked
in my time.
I've docked an accessory and a controller.
I've docked a thing in. You know what I mean?
I like docking myself.
Chris, do you have anything you want to say about this? Because I was going to go to you with the next one.
Well, I used to really like the idea of them, but like whenever push came to shove and I was at like a Best Buy or like a retailer and I had the opportunity to buy one, I couldn't get myself to do it in the same way that I feel the same way about wallets, where like, I remember explicitly going out one day, like a long time ago, like I think when I was in like high school or like maybe early college, and I was like, I need a new wallet. And then I went out to like some stores and then I found a wallet that I liked. And then I realized that like, all right, I'm going to pull money out of my existing wallet to pay for this thing. But if I can do that, I don't really need this, do I? You know, and that's kind of thing with like the charging docks for like controllers. Like I like the way they look, and I've always like thought about like, oh, it'd be nice to have one of those. But every time I'm about to buy one, I'm like, I could just plug this in. Like it doesn't bother me at the moment that I'm plugging it in. So what am I doing really? And that's always been a mental block for me when it comes to these things. I have the Steam Deck dock because that was like that is a heinous thing to say. I have the Steam Deck dock purely because I was like, oh, this is like this actually transforms the capability of this machine a little bit, but it does. Frankly, it sucks. It's not a very good piece of machinery. Like I don't think it's worked. It's a good charging station, I guess, for me, but like it straight up does not connect to my TV anymore. And I'm just like, well, cool. Great. So that was like not a great purchase, not a great first foray, I guess, into that world. You know, the closest thing I would do is like get like the rechargeable battery packs for like Xbox 360, but that was obvious because why the fuck wouldn't you? But not really that much of a peripheral guy. I'm fine just putting things on a table or plugging things in and just kind of leaving them next to the machine. It's fine.
Yeah, even the little like PS2 stands back in the day, and it's the same thing. I'm like, I'm not buying this.
Yeah, the PS2 stand to me was weird because like the PS2 stand of all the machines that I've owned, the PS2 is probably like the least. Like I was the least worried about that thing tipping over than I was about anything. Like that, it was so flat and so like perfectly weighted. Where I was like, why would I? This is gonna be fine as it is. My PS5 Pro, I have standing up, and I have no I don't have a stand on it. And it's been perfectly fine. I do worry about it, though, because it is thin, and I just feel like a breeze is going to topple it. But it hasn't happened yet, so I'm fine. Also, I don't live outside, so there's no breezes. But the stands, It's fine.
Sorry, I'm like delirious. I was going to say delusional. I am delusional as well, but I'm delirious. Jeff Willingham wrote in. Willingham. Hey, CDC. My question is mostly geared towards Chris this week. Is Marathon worth being excited for? I know it's getting a lot of hate online, but I thought it looked cool and it looks really unique visually, stolen assets aside. I'm still planning on checking this game out day one, but I wasn't able to access the closed beta like Chris. It's a Bungie game, so I assume the gameplay is solid, but I'd be curious to get Chris's updated thoughts as we move closer to it being revealed again. Is it worth being excited for Marathon? Is it worth giving your precious time and attention to it?
I don't know. I think it's kind of a weird question because like, is anything worth, I mean, I think if you're excited about it, I think that's cool. I think if you're hyped for it, I think that's a different thing. There's a kind of a cross section of definitions there where I feel like people overhype themselves on things and they end up disappointed. I try to avoid that. I try to, just say, oh, that game's coming out. I'm excited to play it. And just, see what happens as a result of that. But I mean, I really maintain this. Like, I really, really liked what I played. I'm like, I put, I think about 40 something, I think maybe like 37 to 45 hours into the alpha when we had it, which is like no small amount of time considering the window. But I thought what was there was like really solid and really cool. I thought the art direction was sick. I thought the sound design was cool. I thought the weapons played well. I met people that I'm excited to play with again when the game comes out. I think what they're doing with like narrative stuff is kind of interesting, if a little bit unpolished, but I mean, it's an alpha, so like, I'm not surprised by that. I think Marathon's going to be a very good game. If I had to bet money, I would say like, it's going to be a really good game, but I also don't know if it'll be like this big thing that many people will care about. That's kind of the main distinction. I think it'll be successful. I think enough people will play. You're not going to have Marathon be in a Concord situation where like only 12 people are playing it or something. You know what I mean? Like that's not really going to happen. If for no other reason than purely just because there's a lot of influencers who like pay attention to this stuff and also think it's cool and will be putting out content and doing a lore breakdown. People really get drawn in by that. But I mean, I don't know. It really depends on what you're into. Like, it is an extraction shooter. You're definitely going to get a better time out of it if you play with people that you know or like. You're definitely not going to want to play, solo with. It's just not that kind of experience. Although I think they're working to accommodate that. I think Marathon's cool. I like the original lore of Marathon. I like that it's kind of playing into it. Some of the leaks that I've heard, people have broken some of the NDAs for these closed tests, and what I've heard sounds more promising than what I played, and I already liked what I played. So I don't know. Like, I get the negativity, and I totally like I sympathize with some of it because I do wish that we lived in like an era or like an industry where you could get something like this in addition to like a really robust single player campaign. Like, I do wish that. I wish that there wasn't like a weird plagiarism issue. Like, there's all sorts of things that I wish that weren't true for the game, but whether it's worth being excited or not, that's kind of up to you and what your personal preferences are. If you like extraction shooters, I would say, yeah, I'd say you probably have something cool to look forward to. If you're not really into that, I don't think it's going to convince you. Although it did convince me, to be fair, but like, I'm not most people.
Dustin, let's throw this one at you. The National Debt wrote in. Said, I know the situation is likely dire at Media Molecule, but I'm wondering what type of game you gentlemen would have them working on to try and turn things around. Is a cozy game the right direction? I see a British studio whose signature style is charm and a massive subgenre with games like Animal Crossing and Stardew Valley racking up tens of millions of sales. If Sony was also keen to pursue games as a service with Media Molecule, the genre is also ripe for events and endless updates. These games also sing on handheld devices, something to keep in mind with the PS6 handheld in the pipeline. In my mind's eye, I can see a game set in a cozy English countryside village or something where you run around tending the crops and go to the pub. They could call it Worcestershire Tales or something. I'm not British. What do you guys think?
I don't think that's a bad idea. I think with Media Molecule, their ambition got the best of them with Dreams, and we've talked about that endlessly. So what do you do when you're a company known for making games that you can create games within? And your last one failed because you went too big with it and weren't really able to truly execute. I think that their best course of action is you have to think smaller for the next game, which is kind of normally what you wouldn't expect for a studio. I wonder if there is something where you make a game where maybe it is through and through. It sounds so weird if you were like reading a transcript, but you know what I mean. You make a video game, like an actual video game that you play. And maybe you focus on the creation elements to be something within the game. National Debt here brings up the idea of a cozy farming game, and maybe that's a good idea, maybe it's not, but imagine a game like that where it's like you can create all of the elements of your house, and then you can create all the things you put in it, things like that. My main point overall is just that I think that trying to make something crazy like Little Big Planet or Dreams, something like that, again, is going to be the wrong course of action, and they need to get back to a base level before they can move outward again.
I'm just going to reiterate what I think about Media Molecule, which is I just don't care.
Oh.
I don't care. Like, I don't care. They talk about, of all the studios that PlayStation ruined and squandered, this is the one they ruined and squandered the most. And I'd be hard pressed to give a shit at this point what they do. But we'll see one way or the other. And yeah, the cozy game revolution has been interesting to watch. Although I look at cozy, I love cozy. I always bring up Resident Evil save rooms, but just like the coziness of finding coziness in frightening or off-putting games, I think is actually more fun. But that's not what people are looking for. They want to play in crops. They want to have romance. They want to run their shop. They want to have dialogue options, I guess, and seasons, weather. You put seeds in the soil. You understand how farming works, Chris? You put seeds in the soil.
Yeah.
Then it photosynthesizes.
I'm growing basil right now, actually.
Oh, in your kitchen window or something?
No, I've got like a balcony that I've kind of like worked it to kind of retrofit into like a little bit of a, because I get a lot of sun out there, and I'm just like, I'm never really out there anyway, so I just might as well just use it for something.
Cool. It's fun to grow crops. I like growing things as well. All right, Soups wrote in, said, "Greetings, Sacred Crew. Last week, there was a discussion around SIlksong's $20 price point, with the consensus being that the price was a favorable one for consumers, which is true. While I'm glad to see more people with access to a great game, I wondered if I might play devil's advocate here. Team Cherry is in a unique position. The team is extremely small, and the success of Hollow Knight means that they're presumably set for life in terms of their finances. As a result, the pricing of SIlksong is likely less impactful on their own livelihoods as it would be for a different dev. Hell, they could have released the game for free and they'd still be all fabulously wealthy. Releasing SIlksong at $20 feels like something they're in a position of privilege to do, and I wonder if this might create a negative ripple effect, wherein other developers are forced to lower their prices in turn just because gamers expect great quality at an exceptionally low price. I'm not a game developer, and I'm not an expert on the financial considerations around game budgets and pricing, but my concern is that gamers, particularly loudmouth online gamers who only care about things being cheap and nothing else, will use this $20 price as a talking point in the future when less established devs need to sell their games at a higher price point just to break even. I think SIlksong is worth $30 at minimum based on the length and quality, but the conversation on what price should a game really be seems to go out the window when a game of this magnitude is sold so cheaply. As Colin often says, gaming is a luxury hobby, so I tend to think we should be prepared to pay a premium for a product as high quality as SIlksong, even if it's just $10 more. What do you think? Am I off base on this? Apologies for the long write-in, but I think it's worth considering. Thanks for all the great content. I'll do a David Carradine in my bedroom closet and listen. That's wrong.
Who's David Carradine again?
Let me look it up real quick because I think he did kill
that name. That name is familiar. I just
I
have no.
Let me see here. Copy.
It's probably some heinous story.
Yeah, I'm sure it is. Oh yeah, right. He's the guy from Kung Fu. Here, I'll put it in the chat. That's where I know that guy from. Yeah, I used to watch this with my dad.
Kung Fu.
Yeah, the
Oh, right.
I watched The Legend Continues or whatever with my dad, but there was an original Kung Fu that was let me see, David Carradine filmography. Let me see if I can find the actual name.
Yeah, he was in Kill Bill, right? Like yeah.
Yeah, Kung Fu The Legend Continues, 93 to 97. That's the one I watched with my dad. But it was based on a 1972 to 1975 show also called Kung Fu, which I think my dad watched, but I have no basis for that.
Yeah.
And let's see, death. Carradine
likely
arrived.
Sex accident.
Oh no. Oh no. No, Bill.
The police suggested the death might have been from accidental suffocation since there was no suicide note and he was found with a rope tied to both his neck and his genitals.
Oh,
Yep.
wow. Okay, well,
R.I.P. to you.
Don't do that.
All right, back
RIP
to the topic at hand. Thank you for reminding me of David Carradine. I knew that name. Yeah, good memory of my childhood. Before he had a rope tied around his penis, apparently, allegedly. So I was a little disappointed with some people's response to my conversation last week about SilkSong's price because, of course, everyone has to make it personal and insult me. And they're like, "Well, you're just upset because your games suck, and you're gonna have to." And they're charging this price. I'm like, it has nothing to do with me or my games. Like, why can't people just make an observation about extracting money out of a product that's there for you? That's like there for the taking. I think it's weird. I've made my argument personally that I think the money they made by convincing people to buy it at $20 is in no way overwhelm the people that would have paid $30 to it. They left money on the table. That's their choice. It is what it is. I'm absolutely positive that that's true. But I did want to bring this up because there is this whole parallel conversation to the end of what I was just saying, which I don't know if you guys have seen the compilation of like LinkedIn stuff or whatever, where there are different people saying like this is kind of in their own way, in their own serious way or a somber way or a funny way or a mean way. Everyone's saying, this game kind of has disrupted things to a degree that people don't quite appreciate, and that it kind of sucks for us, in quotes, that this game is so cheap and it undercuts us. But to me, I think that is kind of the market. Like, in other words, I don't really give a shit about how it affects other products. It's not what I ever said. It's not what I ever implied. And I certainly don't care that it affects my products, because I'm going to let you in on a little secret. Team Cherry and Lilymo don't make the same kinds of games, and we in no way, shape, or form make a game to the level, nor are we trying to, of SilkSong. So I don't really consider them competition. I don't consider us competition to anybody. We're just a little outfit. It's not through that perspective. But it does feel like a lot of people do feel that way, and I wonder what you guys think of that argument, that there's something unsavory, I guess, about charging so little for something and then kind of unbalancing the economy for games around it. I just feel like ultimately this is not really their problem and their responsibility. And I also think that a lot of people that bought SilkSong probably understand that it is underpriced by at least 50%, probably 100%.
That's what I was going to say, is that I think that the write-in here assumes too little of the consumer, like that they're gonna, because of this one example, that they then have a different standard for every game they play afterwards. And I just don't think that's the case. And here's the thing about SilkSong too. While we understand that $20 is probably too cheap, it's not outside of the realm of the possibility for a game like this to be $20. And trying to figure out how to say this correctly, because I think that SilkSong, what I've played of it, is excellent and clearly a cut above. And I think that all game types of genres of games are equal to different people. But the way that people are acting about this being $20 is like a giant AAA Baldur's Gate 3 level game being $20. Like, this is still a simpler game. I'm not saying it isn't full of content. I'm not saying there isn't all this work that it went into it. I guess I just am not like, it's totally insane that it's $20. Like, yeah, they could have charged a little more, but it's not like insane, right? So I don't think that consumers are this is gonna like change consumer habits. Are there gonna be some fucking annoying people on Twitter that's like, well, SilkSong was $20? It's like, yes. People on Twitter have been annoying in the past. They are currently, and they will continue to be annoying as long as the internet exists. People will bring up stupid arguments or bad faith arguments. And so, yeah, those complainers will continue to exist. Do they represent any larger level of the market as a whole? Not really. 99% of the time, no. So I don't think it's going to change anything. I think it's cool that they were able to do it for $20. And as you were saying, Colin, it's kind of up to them. And I think most people understand that they will play other games for $20 that maybe aren't as good, but that's the way it's always been.
You can kind of even make the argument that this frees up money to be spent on other games. I mean, that's why I just don't like the again, like my personal complaint, I don't want to speak for everyone else, but my personal complaint is literally that they just left money on the table in which no one would have looked at them sideways for taking it. It's up to them not to take it, because people are like, oh, you always brag about how you leave money on the table with ads and do all these kinds of things. And I'm like, yeah, but that's not a zero-sum game. If I took ads after promising not to take ads, wouldn't that make me look like a liar and a fool? Like I'm kind of in this corner, whether I want to be or not. And by the way, I'm totally fine being in that corner. But it's like a different story entirely to say like we have good value or we live by a set of principles, and another to just say like you left tens of millions of dollars on the table and no one would have looked at you twice for taking it. So there's just no downside to it. From an economic and business point of view, that is my problem. It's not my problem though. It's money. It's counting someone else's money ultimately. As far as the economic situation in terms of its competition with other games, I never even thought of. I don't give a fuck about that, because SIlksong is undercut by a series of AAA $0 games.
Yeah.
What's higher production value? Fortnite or SIlksong? Like, what has more money pumped into it? What has more dynamism? You can do it. You can do it for free right now. Spend $0 forever.
Yeah.
And so to me, I'm like, that whole argument is capricious and dumb. And I think people look stupid and desperate making those kinds of arguments. However, I also understand where the industry has been, and that economic pressure has upended and fucked things up. But that's by a confluence of events, not by one-offs. And people can say like, well, this could lead to a whole cascading event of games like that. And I'm like, no, there are not a million SIlksongs. There's one. So in other words,
there's also not many studios that are in the same position that Team Cherry is in.
Right. Where it's not altruism, but they just don't need it. And I get that. That's cool. I'm not making the argument that they do. And I think people understand that. But I will say, to be fair to to play the devil's advocate and to kind of see where they're coming from, is that like people's decisions in the past have really fucked things up for everyone. I just don't think this is one of those situations. In other words, you don't hear it anymore, but 15 years ago, right? 10 years ago, 15 years ago, the race to the bottom. This was a mobile thing about everyone charging less. People forget when the iPhone came out and the iOS store launched, the App Store, it's like nothing was free. That's the important thing you have to understand, is like we take that for granted, but nothing was free. It was people starting to realize over time in 08, 09, 10, it's like, oh, cheaper, and then free. And so it's like you charge $5, $10, $20, no chance. And I understand people are afraid of those kinds of things happening, but I just don't see that like that, because that wasn't about quality. That was about volume and figuring out the market economics of something. While this is a one-off situation. So yes. And Game Pass is another example of that. Yeah. Where it's like, this is totally fucked up things for a lot of developers, but these are confluence events, not individual games, in which you'll probably not see another Team Cherry game, maybe ever. And if you do, because if they're so unconcerned about money, it's like, why even bother at this point? Like at that point, I'd be like, all right, I'm done. But maybe you see another game in 5 or 10 years from them. So I don't know. I just don't think it's that big of a deal. I understand people's again, my argument is so myopic towards like their own financial stability than it is from like anything else. Like I just don't give a shit about any other part of the argument, because I think the market competition is good. And I can speak from our perspective, like SIlksong doesn't affect anything about the way we're pricing our games. It's just, we're going to have to price our games what we're going to have to price them, regardless of what SIlksong does.
Yeah. The only other thing I would say is that like, it's not even the most recent indie game that's really like Peak was like $9 or something, and that's like a massive. Like I don't think people are going to play SIlksong and then they're going to be like, I spent $20 on this. Why can't I spend $20 on GTA 6? You know what I mean? Like I just don't foresee that being like a real reality.
Do you have anything you want to calm down? Do you want to have everything you want to add, Dustin?
Oh, nothing else.
Okay. Graham Waldrop wrote in, said, boys, apparently Dan Houser will be making his first camera interview during LA Comic-Con on September 27th with Ryan McCaffrey, perfect person to interview him, to discuss his upcoming projects, including 2 open world games, a comic book series, and a novel, and also to talk about his work with Rockstar. I'm delighted to actually see and hear from the man himself, whose stories I've thoroughly enjoyed over the years, despite the fact that he has lived in the shadows compared to the other story-oriented heavyweights in the industry like Druckmann and Kojima. What do you think Houser can create in the gaming space outside of writing a Rockstar game? Will he try to make something tonally different from Red Dead Redemption and Grand Theft Auto, or Will he make something new that shares the same kind of DNA he loves to play with? I'm especially interested in how Colin thinks Ryan will conduct the interview since they are former colleagues. Thanks for all the great content. I'll ride from Perdido to Blackwater and listen. It's funny because you're asking, I mean, to answer your last question first, like Ryan is one of the great minds that's left in games journalism as it currently is constructed. And there are a few people I would rather have access to Dan Houser than him. He's a veteran and he'll ask all the right questions. So I'm sure he'll be, how will he conduct it? I'm sure, knowing Ryan as I do, I'm sure he'll be incredibly prepared, charitable. I just think it's going to be a good interview. So I'm looking forward to seeing that. And I didn't realize Dan Houser doesn't give any sort of interview. I know he hasn't spoken in a while. So Dan Houser has been gone from Rockstar since 2020. He's at his new company called Absurd Ventures or whatever. Laszlo, I think, is there. Michael Unsworth is there as well. So like old Rockstar peeps. And of course, for people that don't know, Dan Houser was basically well known as being the writer or one of the lead writers of all the Grand Theft Auto games going back to, I think, London 1969. And he acted in some production capacity as well. But he's known primarily as the writer of like GTA 3, Vice City, San Andreas, the Stories games, Grand Theft Auto 4, and all the DLC. And then GTA 5, and then Red Dead 1, Red Dead 2. And he wrote Bully and a few other things too. So what is he going to do? What is he going to have to say? I really don't know. If I were him, I would want to get away from those big bloated games just because I think we already have a Grand Theft Auto 5. Like, I don't know. Dan Houser will, or Grand Theft Auto 6. It's sad because Dan Houser was so instrumental to the feel of those games, but I also I don't want to say overstate. He's obviously a great creator, but it's like no one was playing Grand Theft Auto 3 for the story. There's more to it than that. So he needs to have the proper collaborators as well. One of the cool things he's doing is that I think Absurd Ventures is doing that it's like a Better Paradise or whatever it's called. And it's a bunch of different, it's supposed to be a bunch of different formats in the same story. Or in the same world. So there's like a novel, I think there's a podcast series, and ultimately there will be a game. So what he'll end up doing, I don't know. We'll have to find out. And I'm sure we're going to learn a lot more about it. What I'm more interested in is not the future but the past. Like, what happened here? And because he left Rockstar right before COVID started, like right before. And yeah, I don't really know. Do you guys have anything you want to add to this?
I think that, yeah, I kind of have the same feeling as you. Like, well, I don't know. The only thing I can say is just that, in particularly with Red Dead Redemption and Red Dead Redemption 2, I mean, these are like modern, in my opinion, like modern Western classics in terms of story. Like, you could look at Red Dead Redemption 2 as if it's like a great novel, but presented in video games. And for that reason, pretty much anything he does or writes, I'm going to be interested in checking out, even if it's something that I might not traditionally be interested in. I'm not particularly into Westerns at all, but then I played Red Dead Redemption, and now I want to say howdy and wear a cowboy hat. Maybe once in my life.
Yeah, at least
once.
Howdy.
So he has the ability to just like take the human element of different settings and situations and make it really good. I guess, to put it as simply as possible. So whatever he does, and I'll be really curious to see this interview that he does with Ryan.
All right. Anything you want to add, Chris, before we move on to the final inquiry?
No, not really. I'm just super interested to see, like, the fact that he is known as somebody who just, I guess, doesn't do this often implies to me that there will be something worth hearing in here. And so I'm all ears, especially just, for the guy who wrote Red Dead. I mean, that is like it's like a Moby Dick level kind of, like that's like an all-American classic video game now, in my eyes.
Yeah. I mean, Red Dead 2 especially is a very impressive feat. Yeah. That was the last thing that was kind of his ultimate work before he left, because he was on leave from Rockstar, and then he just decided to leave. His brother was a longtime producer, Sam, at Rockstar as well. I don't know what his status is. The Housers are low-key very, very rich. And I don't mean that just from like, they're like hundreds of millions of dollars rich. And So it'll be interesting to track what goes on with all of that. But yeah, we'll tune into that on September 27th, and I'm sure we'll talk more about it at that time. Final inquiry comes from Luna Mura, who says, "Hey, sexy symbols. It's clear PlayStation has a timed exclusivity strategy in place when it comes to porting their single-player games to PC. However, would it really be that big of a deal or different if they had the same time exclusivity approach when it comes to making Xbox and Nintendo ports? It feels like the Band-Aid is already partially ripped off. You can already play The Last of Us with an Xbox or Nintendo controller via PC, for example. If people are already locked into their, I mean, I don't know what that means.
That point makes no sense to me, but I'm sorry.
If people are already locked into their digital ecosystems, wouldn't it make sense to embrace the timed exclusivity strategy across all platforms and not just PC? It just seems like the timed exclusivity strategy is kind of win-win for everybody. PlayStation users can be happy about having their exclusives at launch. Xbox, Nintendo, and PC players will be happy with they get to play PlayStation games, and PlayStation will be happy with the increased sales and player counts. Would the market really shift that much if PlayStation had a timed exclusivity strategy across all platforms? I'd love to hear your thoughts, and thanks for the great content as always." I bring this inquiry up because I'm kind of, and I'm not trying to cast aspersions at Luna Mura, but it's like, I'm just kind of tired of talking about this topic at this point. We have to just wait and see now what happens, because you can make steel-manned arguments for both sides very easily. At least I can. It simply all revolves around protecting the platform or selling more copies of your games. And even with the Spider-Man sales being so clearly so high, with Spider-Man 1 and 2 and Miles Morales all top 20 selling PlayStation games of all time, you could use that data and then make the argument one way or the other very compellingly. And so at some point it just becomes like, what are we even doing? I see those sales and I can say, well, look at how popular Spider-Man is. Imagine how many copies we can sell on Xbox. I see those copies sold and then I say like, oh, this is so vital for PlayStation. Why would you ever give anyone these games? They're both equally equivalent arguments. So I just think we're kind of talking about nothing at this point. The next move is going to see what Sony does. And I think that if we go through the rest of the year without any more PlayStation games migrating to Xbox specifically, and we don't get any more announcements, that might not happen at all. Because I just think you're getting closer and closer to the Xbox release specifically of the next console, wherein you just wait it out and you get your games on Steam, you win without capitulating, everyone wins. It doesn't matter anymore. But this conversation, I think we have to just kind of put a pin in it. And so that's why I wanted to end with it. There's just nothing else. There's literally nothing else to say. And I don't know if that resonates with you guys. It's like, I believe in my heart and in my analytical mind that it would be bad for PlayStation long term to bring their games to Xbox. I believe that the battle is over, yes, but now there's such a capitulation that it's like it just doesn't matter anymore. And yeah, Helldivers did materially well, but we're still talking about $30 million, $25 million gross revenue. I mean, that's really nothing. Now, would they sell a lot more copies of a Spider-Man or a Last of Us or something? Sure. But at what cost? Why would you even risk it? So that's my argument. And that's how I personally feel. But if you wash my brain and then I just made the entire opposite argument, I could also make it quite compelling. That you want to spread the field and that there isn't anything to lose, that PlayStation has already won, that no one's going to buy an Xbox at this point, or a few people are buying them anyway. It doesn't really matter. Sure. I don't know what's right. I don't know what's wrong. None of us really do. I have my suspicions, but we'll find out what happens. Does that make sense to you guys?
Yeah.
All right. Then let's get the hell out of here. It's time to go. Appreciate everyone out there for dealing with us today. I am so tired and groggy and annoyed and upset about things. I appreciate the distraction. As I said, I will be very curious what people's reactions are to what we've said. I think ultimately the course of the show is dictated by the audience. But my theory of the case is that the mainline audience is fine with the status quo, that I think we're going to be okay. And we will reconvene next week for another episode of Sacred Symbols. Let's go around the horn and say goodbye to everyone. Chris, goodbye to you. Be well. Anything to say before we head out?
No, I mean, I don't know. I don't even know what today's. What time is it even? 2 p.m. I think today's just a laundry day for me at this point. I've been putting it off like a fool. Like a darn fool. So I'll probably spend the rest of the day just doing chores and shit. But I appreciate being able to talk about shit. I think it's important. and communication is necessary. And so, yeah, I don't know. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to do it.
Yeah, no problem. And we'll see what everyone says. I really don't know. I'll be very, very, again, unusually curious. Dustin, what do you have to say as we go goodbye to you? Be well. Any plans? Anything to say?
I have nothing serious left to say ever at this point. Let's see. Tonight, maybe finish up Hell Is Us. I probably can't finish it tonight. I think I do have a decent chunk of it left. Brandon texted me while we were recording, asked me if I wanted to go to dinner. So maybe I'll do that, though. I don't know if Holly has plans. So, yeah, just, another episode in the books. A lot of serious talk, a lot of laughs. So it has a little something for everybody.
A lot of laughs.
Please enjoy. A lot of laughs. Please. Well, I guess it's not please enjoy. You've made it this point. Maybe you didn't enjoy it. Maybe you did. I hope you did.
Yeah, maybe you hated the entire thing. It's impossible for me to know.
Some people do listen that way.
Yes, I've realized that over time. Yes, I couldn't imagine doing that, but I do realize that. I authentically don't watch or listen to anything I don't like, so I can't relate. But
yeah,
teach their own. All right, yeah. So for me, I'm so tired. Like I just didn't sleep well. I've been, doing a lot of thinking and just doing a lot of different worrying and all that kind of stuff. So I think ultimately, like no matter what my plans are, I'm gonna try to watch Thursday Night Football. I'll probably fall asleep on the couch.
Hell yeah.
And just eat dinner. Got to bring the dogs out and do some work. But yeah, otherwise nothing too crazy tonight. Well, I appreciate you guys. We'll reconvene next week. Chris, I'll see you tomorrow from when we're recording for Sacred Symbols Plus.
Right.
And Dustin, I'll see you soon as well. We'll be together on Monday for Sacred Streaming. I guess that's it. We appreciate you guys. Thank you for your support. We love your kindness. Patreon.com/lastdaymedia for early ad-free access. Lastdaymedia.store for merch. We'll see you next time. Until then, goodbye.
See ya.
Take care, guys.
Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is a product and trademark of Last Stand Media and Collins Last Stand LLC, and is proudly recorded in the USA. The show is conceived by, is written by, and is directed by me, Colin Moriarty. My co-hosts are Chris Raygun Maldonado and Dustin Furman. The show is produced by executive producer Dustin Furman. All of Last Stand's theme music is by my best friend, Ramon Narvaez. As you know, all of Last Stand's shows, including Sacred Symbols, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer level on Patreon, our highest tier, and we're grateful for your thoughtful and kind contributions to our independent endeavor. Thank you.